was that search in, which basically is a body under the government of India that looks at security of IT systems across the country, especially government organizations. It has issued an advisory asking people to be careful and also asking people to look at some workarounds, which also some other tech sites have talked about. The ministry is expected, the minister is expected to come out with a statement soon, is what we hear, because essential services have also in some ways collapsed for some hours now. Pratibha, tell us, what is the sentiment at the Bangalore airport and how distressed are people?
Well, in fact, most passengers have said that the delays have been anywhere between 10 minutes and 30 minutes. And that hasn't really been such a chaotic situation for many of these passengers here. In fact, what you see behind me is the departure terminal. And that is where we did see quite a bit of a long queue there, mainly because manual check-ins are happening, and that is what has been causing the delay. But as far as the arrival terminal is concerned, most of them seem to believe that, yes, it was anywhere between 10 minutes and 30 minutes, and it wasn't really much of an inconvenience. That is the general sentiment. In fact, we also got a press release from the Bengaluru Airport authorities where they did mention that several of the airlines, including IndiGo, Air India Express, as well as SpiceJet, all of them have moved to manual check-ins now, and those are proactive measures that have been taken to ensure that no passenger is inconvenienced. No chaotic scenes as such, but what we also hear as far as Bengaluru is concerned is that some of the techies have been asked to go home, mainly because the systems haven't been functioning. They've been asked to get home. We are yet to get more reactions on that front, but as far as the Bengaluru airport, yes, pretty much peaceful so far. Back to you.
Right. Thank you, Pratibha, for joining us with those details. The global outage due to this Microsoft bug has disrupted functioning of several hospitals, banks, and also media organizations, supermarkets. But clearly, processes are being put in place. The government sources have said that they are cognizant of essential services breaking down. The minister could be issuing a statement soon. And Search.in, which basically looks at security of IT systems in the government sector, has also issued an advisory suggesting workarounds for people to resume their services. Time for a short break. But before that, let me also tell you that the union budget will be presented in the parliament next week, and everyone from middle class to corporates, salaried employees to farmers will be watching to see what is in the budget specifically for them. Provisions in the budget could also improve support, accessibility and overall quality of life for those with disabilities. Listen to disability rights activists talk about their expectations from this year's budget.
My expectation from the union budget is quite some. At this point of time, the expenditure that happens on disability sector is less than 0.3% of the total GDP. I want that total expenditure to grow to at least 0.6 to 0.7% of the GDP, so that more people with disabilities are getting impacted. And also, the economic empowerment is something else that I am looking forward to for people with disabilities, because unless we put economic empowerment as a priority, after the trainings that we provide the person with disabilities, the economy will not flourish.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers.
We have breaking news for you. There's an update in the Puja Khedkar case. This is the controversial officer who was under scrutiny for forging her documents, specifically with regard to her OBC status and also with regard to her disability. She was also put on hold. Her training was put on hold by UPSC. Now UPSC seems to have decided to take action against Puja Khedkar. The trainee IS officer could be losing her IS seat is what we've learned. UPSC could be filing fraud FIR against Khedkar. This is criminal action. UPSC could be starting the process to cancel the candidature of Ms. Khedkar. I'm joined by Maria Shakil, my colleague. Maria, tell us what is the latest on the Puja Khedkar case?
What the UPSC has said in its order which has been released, which is essentially a press release, it says clearly that it has initiated a series of actions against her, including criminal prosecution by an FIR with the police authorities, and has issued a show cause notice for cancellation of her candidature because she was a civil services examination batch 2022, and there is also debarment from future examinations and selections in accordance with the rules of the civil services examinations 2022. So clearly, as far as Puja Khedkar's future or any possibility of entering civil services in future is concerned, that will not happen. Her civil services her IAS has been cancelled. She is no longer a civil servant, and FIR proceedings and criminal prosecution will happen. In fact, it goes on to say that it is categorically stated that in fulfilling its constitutional obligations, the UPSC adheres to the constitutional mandate, and the UPSC would want to ensure that its sanctity and integrity of the examination is upheld. It is actually saying that from the investigation it has revealed that she fraudulently availed attempts beyond the permissible limit. That is one point. Then it has gone on to say that her father's and the mother's name, her photograph signature, everything has been verified, and there is faking of identity as well. So it looks like that there's more trouble now for Puja Khedkar. It doesn't really stop here from her being, that her responsibilities as an IS officer has been cancelled, but it will be about a criminal prosecution which will begin now.
Maria, several questions being raised there on Ms. Puja Khedkar's candidature, including her, the utilization of the reservation policy, because her father himself was a Group A officer. Of course, her mother also in trouble because she brandished a gun in front of some farmers. Tell us, when the UPSC says that it bars Puja from further attempts, how serious is that? Because this is probably one of the most serious actions, stringent actions that we have seen from UPSC, while the body itself is under scrutiny for actually, letting a candidate like this actually clear the examination. Because if you look at even hospital reports that she had gone to, those are also reports that show discrepancies in the filtration process.
Yes, that's right. And it goes on to say, in fact, this order that has come from the UPSC has come only after a detailed report was submitted by the Maharashtra government to the centre, and thereafter this order coming in, which also includes that as per the rules of the civil services examinations, which they have to ensure that the entire process is actually above board, and that there are multiple processes of scrutiny which happens. That is the reason why what has happened also, that her any attempt that she can take in the future has been put on hold as well. So complete, what has been seen as an embarrassment won't really stop at embarrassment here for Puja Khedkar and her family. It is going a step further in ensuring that there is criminal investigation and criminal prosecution for what will be seen as faking the certificate and also impersonation in many ways.
Thank you, Maria Shakil, for joining us and for giving us those very crucial details. Trainee IAS officer, controversial officer Puja Khedkar will lose her IAS seat. This is strict action against the woman who managed to game the system. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Big hitting batter Surya Kumar Yadav was named captain of the Indian T20 team for the three-match series against Sri Lanka starting 27th of July, while ODI skipper Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli were included for the 50-over series against the same team next month.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है। चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो। पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV news app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day.
Welcome back. Even as multiple banks, supermarkets, hospitals reel under this global outage due to this technical bug in Microsoft systems, IT Minister of India Ashwini Vaishnav has posted on X saying that MeitY, which is Ministry of IT and Technology, Information Technology, is in touch with Microsoft and its associates regarding the global outage. The reason for this outage has been identified, he says. He has also said that updates have been released to resolve the issue. CERT has issued a technical advisory. NIC network is not affected. NIC is the official government network, which is crucial for India's security. I have my colleague Vishal with more details on this. Vishal, help us understand the IT Minister's tweet when he says that MeitY is in touch with Microsoft and its associates regarding the global outage and how, and also tell us about this new advisory that CERT has issued.
So this is the CERT agency, which is the Computer Emergency Response Team of the Indian government. When these situations arise, this is the team that responds to these, situations. So as far as this update is concerned, CERT has issued a statement saying that the concerned company called CrowdStrike has reverted and said that there are some steps that the affected people can take to solve this problem. It's filled with technical jargon, but I'll try to explain it for the viewers. It says that you need to boot your Windows into safe mode and then navigate to the C drive and then locate the file matching the C drive and boot it again manually. So these are some of the steps that you can take to counter this problem that's affecting millions across the globe as we speak. This is the CERT agency of the Indian government issuing statement after hours of this problem existing. It started with US, it spread to across the world, and it has affected sectors across the spectrum, from hospitality to health sector to travel. Everything has been affected, and even some games, some soccer games in Australia have been affected. People have not been able to get into stadiums because of this outage, and at the airports there is complete mess even in India because people have not been able to look at their screens and get the latest updates. That's one of the biggest problems, and they've had to adapt to manual check-ins to get onto their flights, which has resulted in a lot of delays. So this is the latest from the government.
Okay. Thank you, Vishal, for joining us with those crucial details. Important tweet by IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnav saying that MeitY is in touch with Microsoft and its global associates and that updates have been released now. And he has also said that NIC, the government IT network, has not been impacted by this, but he has also said that CERT has issued an important advisory. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefits incentive to us.
But for a micro or small-scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
The four-day Republican National Convention wrapped up today with a lengthy speech by Donald Trump, his first since an assassin opened fire on his rally in Pennsylvania on Saturday. Donald Trump formally accepted the Republican presidential nomination and for what he said would be the first and only time he counted the assassination attempt.
Not supposed to be here tonight. Not supposed to be here. No? Thank you. But I'm not. And I'll tell you, I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God. The crowd was confused because they thought I was dead, and there was great, great sorrow. I could see that on their faces as I looked out. They didn't know I was looking out. They thought it was over. But I could see it, and I wanted to do something to let them know I was okay. I raised my right arm, looked at the thousands and thousands of people that were breathlessly waiting, and started shouting, "Fight, fight, fight." In that spirit, the Democrat Party should immediately stop weaponizing the justice system and labeling their political opponent as an enemy of democracy. Especially since that is not true. In fact, I am the one saving democracy for the people of our country. If Democrats want to unify our country, they should drop these partisan witch hunts, which I have been going through for approximately 8 years. Under the current administration, we are indeed a nation in decline. We have an inflation crisis that is making life unaffordable, ravaging the incomes of working and low-income families, and crushing, just simply crushing our people like never before. They've never seen anything like it. We also have an illegal immigration crisis, and it's taking place right now as we sit here in this beautiful arena. It's a massive invasion at our southern border that has spread misery, crime, poverty, disease, and destruction to communities all across our land. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. War is now raging in Europe and the Middle East. A growing specter of conflict hangs over Taiwan, Korea, the Philippines, and all of Asia. And our planet is teetering on the edge of World War III. It's time for a change. This administration can't come close to solving the problems.
Moving on, in a landmark ruling for gay rights in South Korea, country's Supreme Court has ruled that same-sex couples qualify for the National Health Insurance's dependent coverage, a decision that rights activists hoped could pave the way for legalizing same-sex marriages in the country. The decision would allow same-sex couples in the country to register their partners as dependents in National Health Insurance coverage as married couples or couples in a common law marriage can. Numerous other benefits are denied to same-sex couples and other couples living outside traditional norms of family in South Korea. In its ruling on Thursday, the country's highest court ruled that denying a same-sex couple National Health Insurance dependent coverage just because they are of the same sex constitutes a serious discrimination that infringes upon citizens' dignity, values their rights to pursue happiness and freedom of privacy, and their rights to be equally treated by the law. A water crisis in the Gaza Strip is affecting many people in the coastal region amid the scorching summer heat. Dozens of men and children stood in line in Jabalia camp, north of the enclave, to fill in their containers with water that was being distributed in a tanker truck. The territory's ability to deliver clean water has been virtually decimated by 9 brutal months of war between Israel and Hamas. This has made grim living conditions worse and raised health risks for hundreds of thousands of people deprived of adequate shelter, food, medicine, and aid. That's what groups have said. In fact, temperatures keep rising in the Gaza Strip while displaced Palestinians in Jabalia camp continue to struggle with scarcity of water. Displaced families in Gaza's southern city of Khan Yunis continue to face significant hardship due to the lack of most basic necessities of life. In fact, repeated displacement is compounding trauma for Palestinians in the besieged territory as Israel presses on with its military campaign. Israel's assault in Gaza has driven some 1.9 million of the territory's proud population of 2.3 million Palestinians from their homes. Most of them have been uprooted repeatedly since then, fleeing over and over across the length of the strip to escape a series of ground offensives. Airstrikes in recent days have brought a constant drumbeat of deaths of Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, even as Israel has pulled back or scaled down major ground offensives in the north and south. Almost daily strikes have hit the safe zone, covering 60 square kilometers along the Mediterranean coast, where Israel told fleeing Palestinians to seek refuge to escape ground assaults. Overnight, Israeli strikes on Thursday in central Gaza killed at least 11 people, including many women and children. Early Thursday, an Israeli strike hit a house in central Gaza, killing at least 6 people, while another strike hit a car, killing at least 3. The dead were taken to the Aqsa Martyrs Hospital, where an Associated Press journalist counted the bodies. Among the 6 killed in the early strike in Zawaida were 2 children and 2 women. The area struck is close to Deir al-Balah, where many Palestinians displaced from across the war-torn Gaza Strip have fled. People have endured the killing of family and friends in Israeli bombardment. In fact, they have been wounded or disfigured. They have huddled in homes and tents as fighting rages, forcing them to flee again and again with no safe place to recover. Anxiety, fear, depression, sleep deprivation and also anger, aggression are some prevalent symptoms amongst them. Experts have told this to Associated Press. In fact, children are the most vulnerable, especially many parents can barely hold themselves and their families together. There are many resources to help Palestinians process what they're going through. Mental health practitioners have said the turmoil and overwhelming number of traumatized people limit their ability to deliver true support. So they're offering a form of psychological first aid to mitigate the worst symptoms. Israeli authorities released 13 Palestinians who have been detained for several weeks. This is what the Red Crescent Society has said. The paramedic group has said that it took released prisoners from an Israeli checkpoint in the Gaza Strip to the Al-Aqsa Martyrs hospitals in the central city of Deir al-Balah. In fact, all the 13, who include a woman and also a man with vision problems, arrived at the hospital on Wednesday evening. Zakaria Abu said he was detained 55 days ago in the Jabalia refugee camp in the north of Gaza, their home, and detained him. This is what he said. He also said that he endured brutal beatings, insults, and eating food that was meant only for animals while he was imprisoned. Scores of people gathered on Wednesday for the funeral of 3 Syrian children who were killed in an Israeli airstrike in southern Lebanon. In fact, the children were said to have been killed on agricultural land in the village near the border with Israel. Their bodies have been buried in a small village north of the coastal city of Tyre. In fact, Lebanon's state-run news agency has said that 2 separate Israeli airstrikes in South Lebanon killed 5 Syrian citizens in one day. Hundreds of Israelis protested in Tel Aviv, demanding that the Prime Minister close a deal and immediately explain his recent public statement where he said that hostages are suffering but not dying. An Israeli delegation has arrived in Egypt to continue ceasefire talks as Israel and Hamas continue to consider the latest proposal. International mediators continue to push Israel and Hamas towards a phased deal that would halt the fighting and also free about 120 hostages that are still being held by the militant group in Gaza. Talks between the sides were rattled over the weekend when Israel said it targeted Hamas's military commander in a massive strike. His status remains unclear. A Russian court on Thursday sentenced a U.S. musician who has been living in the country for more than a decade to 13 years in prison for drug trafficking. Michael Travis was arrested more than a year ago on suspicion of selling some drugs whose effects are similar to those of cocaine and MDMA. The court in Moscow also convicted a Russian woman of being his aide and sentenced her to 8 years of imprisonment. News reports at the time of his arrest said he is a former paratrooper and has lived in Moscow since 2010. Wall Street Journal reporter Ivan Gershkovich appeared in a court in Russia on Thursday for the second hearing in his trial on espionage charges that he, his employer and the US government have vehemently denied. The court has said that the journalist, 32 years old, appeared for his trial, which is taking place behind closed doors in a city in Ural Mountains where the journalist was detained while on a reporting trip. At the first hearing last month, the court had adjourned until mid-August the hearing, but the reporter's lawyers petitioned the court to hold the second hearing earlier. Russian news agency has said that independent news sites have reported Tuesday citing court officials. In fact, the journalist's employer and US officials have denounced the trial as illegitimate. Russia has said that its army has launched a series of attacks in multiple directions, while Ukrainian side reported intense battles on the front lines, according to official briefings of the two countries that have been released recently. The Russian Defense Ministry said in a statement that its army repelled the Ukrainian attack and launched offensives in various directions, including some cities, over the past few days. Meanwhile, the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine said it recorded 15 combat clashes on Kharkiv front, while battles continued in a number of areas. In another development, the two countries also exchanged 95 prisoners from each side were captured during the ongoing conflict. This is what Russian Defense Ministry has said. Previously, in late May and June, Russia and Ukraine conducted 2 rounds of prisoner swaps, freeing 75 and 90 military personnel from each side, respectively. Ukraine and Russia exchanged 95 prisoners of war each 3 weeks after their latest swap, as part of what has been occasionally agreed upon. Ukrainian President Zelensky and the Russian Defense Ministry reported the exchange. The swap was 54th since Russia launched a full-scale invasion of its neighbor in February 2020. A heat wave has sent temperatures in parts of Central and Southern Europe soaring towards 40 degrees Celsius in places. In Kosovo's capital, Pristina, a fire engine with running water was parked on Mother Teresa Boulevard for people to refresh themselves. The temperatures, which have been high for a few days, helped to spark wildfires in North Macedonia and also Albania. Greece's Culture Ministry has ordered the Acropolis closed for several hours in the middle of the day, while authorities have warned of extreme conditions across much of the country as southern Europe continues to swelter in heat wave that has sent temperatures spiraling. In fact, experts have also said that it is hot air from Africa that was forecast to continue baking Greece for several more days, and at least through Sunday, with the heat wave peaking on Wednesday and Thursday when temperatures touched 43 degrees Celsius. Andrea Bocelli has welcomed a whole host of special guests to the stage during the series of concerts celebrating his 30th anniversary in music. The 3-day musical event titled Andrea Bocelli 30 Celebration is being held in Tenor's hometown in Italy, with the opening 2 nights being attended by the likes of Kim Kardashian and Johnny Depp. Bocelli was joined on stage by Ed Sheeran with a rendition of his song Perfect, recorded him with Perfect Symphony. Bocelli also has a new record coming out in the fall, which is titled Duets, which will feature a whole host of his collaborations across the years, but with also new names of several artists. Johnny Depp unveils a new artwork collection inspired by ancient deck of tarot cards. The 4 paintings titled Lovers, Emperor, Empress, Strength are being sold separately or as a set, and it's limited edition, counting 195 pieces. Depp is not new to the world of art. His debut collection in 2022, titled Friends and Heroes, was sold out in just a few days, followed by his second collection, which was called Friends and Heroes 2 and 5 the following year. However, Depp reveals that his latest work is quite close to him, representing both his personal life and also his acting career. One piece in particular, The Empress, depicts his first wife, Vanessa, with whom he shares 2 children. We have been very, very close for almost a few decades. This is what he has said about his first wife. I know her and I know who she is inside. She's kind of everything I could never be. That's what he has said. The paintings will go for sale on Thursday, 18th of July at 2 p.m. and this will be done at the Castle Fine Arts official website. Disneyland Paris made history during the Bastille Day celebrations by setting a new Guinness World Record title for orchestrating the largest aerial display of a fictional character filmed by drones. The celebration used 1,571 drones to illuminate the night sky. The combination of lights and drone choreography wowed the guests at the show, and they took them through 5 classic Disney stories, including Beauty and the Beast, Sleeping Beauty, Aristocrats, and the others.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Raut. Coming up ahead, the IT outage that has created chaos worldwide. Also action by the UPSC against IS trainee Puja Khedkar. All that and more coming up ahead. Let's take a look at the headlines. The Microsoft outage has created chaos the world over, from flights to supermarkets to banking operations. It's disrupting multiple sectors and threatening to lead to massive issues. India IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnav says India is in touch with Microsoft and associates. The UPSC crackdowns against trainee IS officer Puja Khedkar for faking her identity will be filing a fraud FIR against her and has begun the process for cancelling her candidature. A DMK leader moved the Madras High Court against the new criminal laws, calling them unconstitutional. The Madras High Court has given the union government 4 weeks' notice to file its response. Politics heats up in poll-bound states like Maharashtra and Haryana. Congress in Maharashtra to hold a meeting to focus on cross voters in the recent MLC elections, while in Haryana they've launched a new campaign. And Bangladeshi students set fire to the country's state broadcaster a day after Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina appeared on the network seeking to calm the escalating clashes that have killed at least 39 people. Protesters want the government hiring policy to be reformed. Our top story now, and from flights to supermarkets to banking operations to airlines, the global Microsoft outage is disrupting multiple sectors and is threatening to lead to massive issues as well if it's not resolved quickly. Now in India, almost all the air carriers, Vistara, IndiGo, SpiceJet and Akasa Air, are facing technical issues that are affecting booking, check-in and flight updates. In fact, as you can see there, many of the staff
at the airports are actually writing out the boarding passes manually, the airlines, so checking in passengers manually. And according to reports, this outage is linked to CrowdStrike's Falcon sensor, the tech glitch that has resulted in Windows machines experiencing blue screen errors and getting stuck in a recovery loop. CrowdStrike is a security system used by Microsoft, so it seems it's an update in that has caused this issue worldwide and led to chaos. Now, IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnav posted a short while ago on social media platform X that MeitY is in touch with Microsoft and its associates regarding the global outage. The reason for this outage has been identified and updates have been released to resolve the issue. Also, that CRT is issuing a technical advisory and the NIC network is not affected. In fact, the technical advisory that has been issued takes you through steps that can help you resolve this issue, which is something even viewers calling in to NDTV have been talking about. And in fact, on your screen, we're going to carry those steps that you can take by going into this CrowdStrike directory and locating a particular file and deleting it. So that is what has been advised as well by the CERT. But let's just take a look at the kind of chaos and confusion that this outage has caused, especially at airports where passengers are affected, where airlines have had to turn manual. Let's listen in.
Our laptops are not to be switched on at all, but the issues in the airport is, I think, the DigiYatra is not working. A lot of us have gotten so used to the seamless, contactless transition into the airport. I see long queues now. I think it's going to take me at least 45 minutes, 1 hour to get into the airport. I don't know how long the security is going to take. And right now, I'm not even sure of the impact on the timings of the flight as well.
सिस्टम अप नहीं हुए हैं, इसकी वजह से फ़्लाइट भी बहुत डिले गई है, पैसेंजर्स परेशान भी हुए, लास्ट मोमेंट तक पैसेंजर्स आते रहे, क्राउडेड हो गया था बहुत ज़्यादा। तो मैनुअली हम लोगों ने बोर्डिंग पास पे लिखा उनका सीक्वेंस नंबर, PNR नंबर, उनका नेम और उनका गेट नंबर, सब कुछ हमको पैसेंजर को, पर हमने पैसेंजर को पूरा कन्वीनियंस के साथ हमने उनको लिख के दिया जो हमारे पास आए। हमारा तब तक हमने फ़्लाइट रिलीज़ नहीं करी जब तक जो पैसेंजर है उसको हमने रिलीज़ नहीं करा। फ़्लाइट हमने डिले करवाया 1 घंटा 1.5 घंटा, पर हमने पैसेंजर्स को भेजा।
कुछ बाहर अभी जस्ट टैक्सी से उतरे सब बोल रहे हैं कि माइक्रोसॉफ्ट का कुछ इश्यू हुआ और बोर्डिंग पास बना के दे रहे, राइट टू राइट बना के दे रहे, तो लाइन बहुत अंदर लगी हुई भीड़ है, तो बारिश बहुत सारी है और ये सब इश्यू आ रहा है।
मैं भोपाल से आया हूँ और मेरे लगेज में वहाँ पर उन्होंने बताया कि सर्वर डाउन है, तो एक तो हमारा स्कैन नहीं हुआ और उसके बाद उन्होंने हमको लगेज भी मैनुअल करके दिया और मुझे सीट चेंज करानी थी, मैं सीट भी नहीं चेंज कर पाया, लगभग आधा घंटा फ्लाइट लेट हुई।
That gives you a sense of the kind of challenges that airlines are facing and what passengers are facing at the airports. But to talk more about this wider issue and the chaos that has been caused by this Microsoft outage, we're now joined by Jaspreet Bindra, founder Tech Whisperer Limited, and also Sanjay Sahe, founder and director Technon Pro Private Limited and former AD DGP Karnataka. Thank you so much for joining us. And first, you, Jaspreet Bindra, if you can just take our viewers through what has caused this massive outage. What we do understand is that it is an update and a glitch that, in CrowdStrike, which is a security system that has led to this massive outage affecting all, the Microsoft systems.
Yes, probably. We don't know yet, but probably we'll learn at the end of it that this is probably the biggest IT outage ever. In some sense, think of it as the Y2K, but just that it happened 24 years later. You're right. 3 things. You're right. First of all, it's not a Microsoft issue in that sense, so though it has affected Microsoft most of all. The issue is with CrowdStrike, which is a global cybersecurity firm whose software is used by hundreds of industries. In fact, 300 out of the Fortune 500 use CrowdStrike. 8 out of the 10 tech companies use CrowdStrike. 6 out of 10 healthcare companies, and most of the airlines in the world. Not only in India, but also in the US, every single airline has stopped. That's number one. Number two is it's pertinent to know that as we know now, it is not a cyber attack. But it seems to be a software issue in the update that you mentioned, the Falcon update that you mentioned. And for some reason, which we don't understand yet, it is affecting only Microsoft Windows and Azure and not the other systems, though there have been some outages in a few other systems also. So everything running on that is getting affected, including the airports that we have seen.
That's right. Sanjay Sahay, I think this has also brought, it's made us all realize just how we've always known we're very vulnerable, and, the minute some issue with tech, it creates such massive challenges and problems. But given this has happened, and yes, as Jasprit said, thankfully it's not an attack, it's not some kind of, malified intention there, but that organizations, be it, airlines and corporates, etc., that we need to, have a quick backup system, and teach people to quickly how to go manual or what steps to take in place when something like this happens.
See, first and foremost is this blue screen of death, as we call it. It's very rare to have seen in the last decade or so. So it is extremely scary in nature. It is something like a ransomware attack where you don't know what has happened and in which manner it has happened. The second thing which they talk today, which is most important, is the concept of resilience which has to be built into the system. And we, for one, we believe that once we have handed over the system, whether to Microsoft, Azure, or whatever might be the service provider, we forget about it. So in cases of crisis of this nature, what is our standby system? What is the resilience in the system? And our capability to run the system even without it with the skeletal services. So resilience is the name of the game.
To interrupt you, I just have to go across to our reporters who will just bring us, as you said, there's need for resilience, and I think we're seeing that airlines are, now turning manual. But let's go across to our reporters. Ishika joins us from the Delhi airport, and Ishika, you've been showing us, those screens going blank, people not being able to print out their boarding passes. What's the situation like right now?
Well, Gargi, there's a slightly good news for the people here is that the systems are slowly getting restored here. Now, we did show you how the systems, in fact, the display screens had gone blank, but the tech team is in fact present here. I'll ask my camera person Xavier Thomas to show you. In fact, this is the tech team, from the airport, which in fact is slowly restoring all of these display screens. Now, initially when we came here, only 2 display screens here were working, but slowly you can see now, in fact, there are 5 display screens that are currently working. So systems are slowly getting restored here at Terminal 3 where we are reporting from. Remember that, in fact, the government has also taken cognizance of this and also, in fact, issued a technical advisory for this as well. And after that, we are seeing that, improvement here at Terminal 3 where, in fact, we were reporting from morning itself and people were facing a lot of issues here. So now what we are seeing is that, the queues which were quite long in the morning, they have also shortened here. You can see that there are less number of people who are facing problems right now. And, slowly expecting that even the boarding, the boarding systems will also be up and running. So, certainly a good news here for all the passengers is that slowly these systems are getting restored at Terminal 3 from where we are reporting. Over to you.
All right, so Ishika telling that some good news coming there, that it seems things are now getting on track. Ghazali also joining us from the National, also joining us from the Standard Chartered Bank. But let's go across to Pratibha first from Bengaluru. And what's the situation at the airport there, Pratibha?
Well, initially there were passengers claiming that it has been a delay of just around 10 to 15 minutes, and then it went around 30 minutes, and people were saying that they wouldn't really mind that. But when it comes to IndiGo Airlines, it seems to be very badly hit. I have with me the long queue here, passengers standing here. In fact, one of them waiting to talk about the inconvenience that this airline has caused to you. What have they been explaining to you?
So they are not giving any clear explanations. The problem is my flight has been cancelled. They have not informed over the phone or the SMS or any other means. I came to here only to know that my flight is cancelled. Even the next flight is also cancelled. They are ready to refund this particular leg, but not refunding the returning leg. So if I am not travelling here, how can I come back? They have to give the full refund. They have to also pay my hotel booking.
Is this a connecting flight?
I don't have a connecting flight, but I have a return flight also, right? if you are only refunding me this current leg, and you are not refunding me the return flight, that means I'm losing the money, time, and also the hotel bills. Who is paying for that? I don't know.
In fact, another passenger here who's also willing to talk about the situation here. What kind of inconvenience have you been facing?
I've been here last 4 hours, nobody to attend, and there are huge queues. Everybody's facing the same problem. No clarity about what's happening, what not. Forget refund or money, but somebody has to fly. It's an emergency, they have to fly. I don't know, and city is 1 hour away from here. Again, you have to take a cab. Again, you go do the hotel booking. So it's really in a bad.
Where are you from and what brought you to Bangalore?
I'm Mumbai. I'm here for work-wise. My work got over. That's the reason I'm at the airport. But as I came, there are no tickets, nothing. The server is down, they are saying. And it's really bad situation at the moment. I don't know what will happen. And last 4 hours is happening the same thing.
Right. In fact, there are several like him who have been waiting for 4 hours. In fact, I did speak a couple of minutes ago to some of the families who said that they had a connecting flight, and because of the manual check-in, they weren't really able to get the boarding pass for the next connecting flight, and because of which they had to run from pillar to post. Let me see if I can get another person to talk. Sir, have you been facing any kind of inconvenience with respect to the flight disruptions today?
Exactly. I mean, my father-in-law is sick and we need to go, my wife needs to go to Ranchi quickly, but you know, our debit card got deducted and now we are in this line trying to get the ticket. So it's really sad.
Extremely pathetic situation for several of these passengers. In fact, let me see if I can get, where are you flying to?
We're flying to Mumbai.
Right. Any flight disruption causing you inconvenience?
But yes, it's cancelled. But we don't know more.
Right. So they don't know much about it, but then all of them seem to be waiting in long queues. So will you like to talk about the disruption, the flight disruptions and the inconvenience caused to you?
We are very in difficulty moment. I have to go to Lucknow and there is no information about whether the flight will go or not go.
It's a very bad situation. You need to tell it. You need to inform us. There's no respond on call, no SMS, no emails. Nothing is being done with IndiGo. And they have just cancelled the flight. We went inside and we know that a flight is cancelled. What's this? You need to inform, right?
We have come from 53 kilometers.
Right. In fact, another passenger here, all of them traveling from very far. One can imagine the distance that one has to travel when it comes to getting to Bengaluru airport from the different places in the city here. Just tarah ka inconvenience aapko ho raha hai. Can you please elaborate on that?
They have not mentioned anything. Whenever there is a delayed or rescheduling, they provide a proper SMS or mail communication. This time they have not provided any communication. Again, what now they are saying is that we don't have any assurity whether it will be made any alternate availability till the midnight, 12 o'clock. So they are saying that clearly more than 70% of the flights are cancelled. We don't have any assurity when it will reschedule or reconnect again to the communication.
Absolutely no information on when things would resume as far as the outage is concerned, and because of which there's been a cascading effect when it comes to the check-ins as well as connecting flights. Most flights getting cancelled now. Initially it was only delays. There are people here.
Cancelled, they're showing my flight is cancelled, but I don't know, I got any information. So what to do, I don't know why.
Where are you flying to?
Kolkata.
Right. And you've come to Bangalore for?
No, I'm going to Kolkata. I am staying.
You're a resident of Bengaluru?
Yeah.
Okay. And because of this, what kind of inconvenience are you facing?
Yeah, now they're showing flight is cancelled. So no one is helping me. I'm asking, my flight is like...
How long have you been waiting here?
Yeah, at least half an hour I'm waiting.
Right. At least for him, it's just about a half an hour ordeal. But then when it comes to the rest of them, they've been running from pillar to post from 2 hours to 4 hours, endlessly, not knowing where to go, no answers that have been provided. And that's the situation that most of them seem to be facing. Cancelled flight, and what kind of inconvenience are you facing?
They're saying it is due to some server issue. Like they're not giving any proper answers at all. Yeah. So you can see the queue. So many members are waiting.
How disturbed are you because of the cancellation?
I'm frustrated. I have booking at Isha. I'm really we are taking. I'm taking her for the first time. This is really frustrating. This is really frustrating because we have prepared it since long time. Yeah, like it's really frustrating, not at all acceptable.
A lot of frustrations, a lot of irritations, as well as inconveniences that have been triggered because of the flight disruptions here, mainly due to the outage. You can see people who have been wrangling their way through the queues, trying to find some answers, but then absolutely no answers being provided. And especially IndiGo, when it comes to this airline, it has been pretty severely affected because long queues right outside IndiGo here. But what we hear is that several of the other domestic flights as well as airlines are also being disrupted, and that is the reality that is being provided here as of now. Back to you.
All right, Pratibha. So really, cross-section of passengers so frustrated. Airlines are not informing them. I mean, we're reporting about this massive global outage that has taken place, but many of them don't even know. They don't know what is the reason that, the airline is not providing them with those answers or telling them when the flight will take off. A loss of money as well for some who are, flying out somewhere and had the return flight saying, I'll not get funded for that. But banks have also been affected. We do know the London Stock Exchange has been affected, not the Bombay Stock Exchange. However, let's go across to Ghazali for more. He joins us from outside a bank. And Ghazali, what can you report? What's happening there?
See, good news, because the bank's operations are not impacted with this outage. And every moment you'll see one customer going in, there are many others who are sitting inside. The systems are running perfectly fine. They say, the bank officials here in HDFC Bank, they claim that their systems are working since morning, though they know the impact of outage on airlines, on the airport monitoring system, that all have gone out of service right now and have gone back to the manual system. But banks are working perfectly fine. There is no impact of this outage on the banking system or their own server, which they maintain here back in India. So there is no such impact of this Microsoft outage on the banking operations in the national capital. And we have also spoken to other customers, other branches in the nearby area, as well as the ATM kiosks. All are functioning properly. There is no such impact of outage, though everybody knows that there has been a reported outage of the Microsoft system or the Windows system. But in the banking sector as of now, there is no such report that that outage has any impact on the operations of the banking system.
All right, so that is good to know. No impact on, the banking systems due to this global outage. Let's go across to Ishika now for the latest from the Delhi airport. And Ishika, you said things were getting on track. We do know that the airline's working manually. So what is happening there now?
Well, Gargi, in fact, we have been showing you the visuals, the ground reality since morning. We have been present at the T3 airport, and we did show you how, in fact, because of the server being down, the display screens also had gone blank. But, slowly what we are seeing is that the display screens are, in fact, getting restored here. And, you can see that the tech team is currently working. We are showing you the visuals from the T3 airport, how, in fact, the display screens are, in fact, getting started up. I also have a passenger here with me, in fact, who still continues to face the inconvenience, because what we are getting to know is that his flight was cancelled.
Yes, ma'am.
What happened?
Ma'am, I am a student. I came all to exam of BLLB. I mean, I wanted to go to university. My exam is on 22nd. I am really worried and tense. I just got a message that your airline has been impacted and the flight is cancelled.
If you can show us the message on the screen, we are trying to show it on the screen. So when did you get this message?
Ma'am, I just got it like half an hour ago.
Half an hour ago? So what reason did the airline actually give?
Ma'am, they show that has been cancelled by the airline directly. I'm really worried about
it. So certainly, even though the systems are slowly getting restored, the people have already, in fact, been facing a lot of inconvenience, and it is yet to see as to, till when will this issue be completely resolved. Over to you.
That's right, Ishika. Thanks so much for joining us, with those voices. We're also now joined by Rajiv Chandrasekhar, former Minister of State for Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us today. And it's a massive global outage. We're seeing the kind of chaos that has been caused the world over. We do have information, from the center saying that Methi is in touch with Microsoft and its associates, but we still have no clarity when things are going to get back on track.
Yeah, no, so I can't add to any clarity.
Yes, but your comments here.
Yeah, no. So I'm watching the same television and the online. I'm consuming the news as much as all of us are. Look, I think it is enough to say, and it's pretty appropriate to say that this is something that I have never seen in my life before. And I've been around the block for about 30, 35 years. I've seen ups and downs in tech, and I've never seen anything this deep and this wide and this, touching almost every nation and every small business and big business in this kind of way. I've never seen it before. And the fact that it is attributable finally to a small cybersecurity solution that sits on the endpoint of the cloud just tells you that what a complex digital world we live in, that it is not just enough to worry about the computer that you operate on or the server that it is hosting the application, but that every one of these pieces create complexity and create vulnerability at the same time. So look, it is certainly a black swan event of a kind that I have never seen or experienced before. But the good news is it is Microsoft, and this is a large credible company, one of the big credible names in big tech, and they are slowly recovering this. It is now clear that it is this CrowdStrike cybersecurity agent that was at fault, and that the patches will be created, and that the incompatibility with the Windows system that was being caused by the CrowdStrike update will be fixed. But it is certainly something that I have never seen before, and it has put a lot of small businesses and a lot of consumers at great disruption, inconvenience, and loss of money.
No, absolutely. It's possibly the largest we've seen, and it also shows how vulnerable we are, which is what you just pointed out. Yes, we're calling it a Microsoft outage, but as you said, yes, it's to do with a CrowdStrike, a cybersecurity firm whose, in fact, stocks have fallen. But what is the lessons from this now? And we still don't know the full extent of the impact this has had.
No, there are certainly lessons that as we continue the digitization of the world is digitizing at an unprecedented pace. We must also move the spotlight as much from innovation and access to these applications to resilience, to fail-safe, to redundant design built in, so that when the expectation is that a business depends on for 24/7 the availability of a platform, that platform is designed to be available 24/7. That platform, not just as a platform and the cloud and cybersecurity and the entire sum of parts must be trusted, must be safe. So I think that conversation, that discourse will start. The other discourse, I think that is a legitimate discourse, is why are we so dependent on only the Microsoft and the Googles and the Metas and these few handful of big tech companies? And why is there not enough adoption of Zoho, which is a designed and built in India company that does a very comparable set of enterprise software? So I think the conversation about this unrealistically unhealthy dependence on these platforms and having a lot more competition on these type of platforms is a legitimate conversation that needs to be had, because this concentration of risk, this concentration of all of this economic activity and digital activity just on a few platforms certainly can't be by any stretch of imagination healthy as we look to the future. So I think that is another conversation. One is the safety and trust of these platforms, and the second is this over-dependence on this handful of platforms that we need to, in a sense, get de-addicted out of and diversify the basket.
Right, important points there going forward, but also were you relieved, because when the news first started coming in, we heard Sky News has gone off in our own offices, you had that blue screen happening, but were you relieved to know it was not, any kind of terror, any sort of, hacker, a global hacker attempt that took place here? Seems at the moment to be an issue linked to what we're told CrowdStrike's Falcon sensor.
Yeah, no, look, I can tell you that I wake up and use my laptop early in the morning every day, and I open it up with a prayer and a prayer on my lip. Fortunately, my system was intact and was not impacted. Look, I think this is things are not going to be the same. The status quo as we knew it before the CrowdStrike event. We'll call it the pre-CrowdStrike world and the post-CrowdStrike world. I think things will change. Things have to change. And it may change in many different types of ways, including, like I said, increasing competition to these platforms. We will wait and see, but it is certainly something that has put a lot of small business, and I've heard from a lot of small businesses who are absolutely traumatized, who depend on their livelihoods and business on being available to their customers 24/7. Suddenly to have 2 hours disappear is not a small thing for them. It's a very, very big traumatic event in their lives and in their businesses. So I think this is something that Microsoft will have to step up and deal with. And of course, these cybersecurity companies that we all so depend on to keep ourselves safe will have to be held more accountable.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Rajiv Chandrasekhar, there for speaking to us here on NDTV. It's a massive global crisis, as he described it, something that we're going to be talking about and for days to come, and looking for solutions given the widespread impact this has had, as we've been reporting to you, from flights to supermarkets to banking operations. This Microsoft outage, as we're describing it, though that might be a misnomer, given that it's to do more with cyber, with CrowdStrike, which is a safety platform and that Microsoft uses. So it seems the issue is more linked to that. Now, we have had a reaction from India's IT Minister, Ashwini Vaishnav, who did say that MeitY is in touch with Microsoft and its associates regarding the global outage. The reason for this outage has been identified and updates have been released to resolve the issue, and the CRT is issuing a technical advisory. NIC network is not affected. So that is what the IT Minister has said, and certain steps have been released by the CRT to go into your systems and find to navigate to the CrowdStrike directory and locate a certain file there. In fact, we'll have those steps up on the screens just to show you, and to delete it and then boot normally. However, this, as we've been showing you through the morning, has impacted airlines the most, because that's the most obvious example that we've seen. But as Rajiv Chandrasekhar described, that many small businesses are also impacted. Many companies, corporates have been impacted by this, and many of them expressing worries over data having been affected, which at this point we don't know. We also have with us Sanjay Sahay, founder and director, Technon Pro Private Limited, still with us, and Jaspreet Bindra. Sanjay, so you were speaking earlier and you heard what the former MOS IT had to say regarding this, and he's going on and he's describing it as such a massive event that it's like a pre-CrowdStrike world and then a post-world after what we've seen happen today.
So primarily what we are talking about is, what we talk in cyber security was the Stuxnet attack in Iran. So that we call as the 9/11 moment in cyber security. I think somewhere similar to that the minister is talking about, that the CrowdStrike leading to this configuration issues, and finally Azure getting impacted and Microsoft 365 getting impacted. So this is a pre and a post. So we are at a watershed moment. What I could see with people talking in Delhi and on the Bangalore airport, that whenever there is a crisis, there is a complete information breakdown in this country. And that is the biggest challenge which we are facing there. And the whole myth, which has generally been created by the IT behemoths of the world, that they will be able to provide 100% service 365 days for all times to come. That will certainly remain a myth, and until a situation of this nature would have erupted, we would have never believed. So we come back to again to the resilience story, why we don't have systems which can take over to provide at least the skeletal services, and that we don't land into the doldrums. The issue with redundant systems are that it is costly in nature and nobody wants to create those systems. So we are dependent on the IT behemoths. Either our systems run or they don't run. We are on their mercy. And suffice to say that the number of moving parts in a cloud-enabled system which works globally are numerous. And where it will fail, we don't know. It is their capability that it keeps on running. Otherwise, we find systems in the Indian IT where servers break down or server services are not provided on a regular basis. So there has to be a workaround. And whenever patch management happens or the CrowdStrike sort of a thing happens, I think all the big players, they should also be taken into confidence and the information should go to the whole Microsoft ecosystem. Microsoft is not just a company. The whole thing combined is an ecosystem of nearly 400,000 vendors and customers and a variety of other people who basically support systems on which this whole thing runs. So Azure cannot be limited to only the second largest cloud. Now the whole Microsoft systems operate out of Azure. And the whole
so as you're saying, Microsoft, there is...
Azure, the risk, see, we have to calculate the risk as to what the risk is and what should be our response so as to maintain the resilience.
And talking about responses,
we don't face the detrimental impact.
Right, talking about responses, Jasprit Bindra, if you can comment on this, because we heard that the Australian government had called an emergency meeting given this massive crisis and how it is impacting the public. And I can tell you that we were trying to also get a response, finding out what the government is going to do. And it's just about an hour ago that finally we had the IT minister finally putting out a statement on social media and also an advisory being issued by the ministry. So it took quite a while for all that to come out, emerge from the government, and that is something also that needs to happen faster.
Yeah, but I would actually ask us to step back and do a reality check here. It is a massive outage. It has caused huge inconvenience. It has created lots of delays, cost issues. It has, however, not been to an extent where it has resulted in some kind of accidents or emergency or, weapons being used, etc. Why I'm saying this is that the reliance that the world has on IT systems and digital systems is massive. And the reliance is there because we, as consumers, as customers, as users of all these airlines and other services, want that convenience. And so, we rely on these systems. We had a person saying, I can't get through DigiYatra because, suddenly DigiYatra. And why did DigiYatra get created, built on these IT systems? Because we want that convenience. Now, nothing ever runs for 100% of the time. Everything is on 99.999%. And frankly, this has happened for the first time in the last how many years? And it has been contained in a few hours. We figured out what the problem is. We have a patch for that. Systems have started going up again, as you have said. And so I think we need to step back and take a reality check as to what should we panic about and what should we not panic about. This reality check, however, should make us do two things. As the former minister was saying, the pre and the post era. In the post era, we should have a plan B where a skeletal system operates, even if the main system goes off. And that is not very difficult to do. It is expensive to do, but I think it should be necessary now, and this should make that happen. And three is that if these systems go down, what is the human response? How as we human beings who frankly worked without these systems for many, many centuries can take over. And, like you've seen IndiGo or other airlines, issuing manual passes, etc. That should actually be a process that if the systems go down, what is the next? What is plan B? What is plan C? We have that in many other industries. We should have that here also and build in those redundancies is what I would think is what our correct response should be, rather than needless panic in many ways.
All right, well, we'll leave it there. Thank you so much, Sanjay Sahai and Jasprit Bindra, for joining us on the program. We'll continue to track this story as the Microsoft global outage is causing chaos the world over, as we've been bringing you from supermarkets to hospitals to airlines, all being impacted. We'll slip into a short break, more on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV.
Welcome back. The Microsoft outage or the IT outage is causing chaos across the world, from flights to supermarkets to banking operations have been disrupted and multiple sectors have been impacted. This is threatening to lead to massive issues if it's not resolved soon. In India, we've been bringing you the scenes from the airports as all airlines are suffering due to this, from Vistara, IndiGo, SpiceJet, Akasa Air, all facing technical issues. In fact, airlines are now checking in passengers manually, but many flights have been cancelled as well, causing major disruptions and chaos for the passengers. Now, as far as we understand, the issue is actually not to do with Microsoft, but linked to a cybersecurity platform, CrowdStrike, which is used by Microsoft, and CrowdStrike's Falcon sensor. The tech glitch has resulted in Windows machines experiencing blue screen errors and getting stuck in a recovery loop. IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnav also posted that the ministry is in touch with Microsoft and its associates regarding the outage. The reason for the outage has been identified and updates have been released as well to resolve this issue. So certain steps have been released by the ministry that need to be taken to resolve the issue. Now, CrowdStrike, which is now at the center, increasingly seems to be the culprit here, or at the center of this entire crisis, have released a statement, and this has been released by the CEO of CrowdStrike, which is a cybersecurity firm, where they've said that CrowdStrike is actively working with customers impacted by a defect found in a single content update for Windows host. Mac and Linux hosts are not impacted. This is not a security incident or a cyber attack. The issue has been identified, isolated, and a fix has been deployed, and that they're working, to continuously ensure that this disruption ends. We further recommend organizations ensure they're communicating with CrowdStrike representatives through official channels. Our team is fully mobilized to ensure the security and stability of CrowdStrike customers. So that is a statement coming from the company that does the cybersecurity, and which its update is said to have caused this massive glitch that has led to all this chaos that is affecting hospitals, banks, airlines, corporates as well. In fact, let's just listen in to what Muralidhar Mohol, the Minister of State for Aviation, had to say, given the kind of chaos that this is causing for passengers and at airports, many airlines actually going manual, actually writing out the boarding passes for their passengers.
पूरे विश्व में माइक्रोसॉफ्ट की क्लाउड सर्विसेज डाउन होने के कारण सभी सेवाएं में दिक्कतें आ रही हैं। हमारे देश में भी हमारे एयरलाइंस सर्विसेज जो उसमें ग्राउंड ऑपरेशंस भी ब्रेक हुए हैं, लेकिन मैन्युअली अभी उस पर काम चल रहा है। डीजीसीए और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ सिविल एविएशन उसका मॉनिटरिंग कर रहे हैं। हमने सभी जो एयरलाइंस कंपनियां हैं उनको अवगत कर दिया कि आप सभी यात्रियों को इसकी सूचनाएं दें, इससे अवगत करें, और हम सभी लोग डीजीसीए हो, हमारा मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ सिविल एविएशन हो, हम इस पे काम कर रहे हैं, मॉनिटरिंग कर रहे हैं।
All right, so that's the first, statement coming out from the ministry, from the Minister of State himself. And let's just take a look at the kind of chaos that is being seen at the airport. The good news is at Delhi airport, things seem to be improving, though many passengers were quite frustrated. Many flights also had to be cancelled.
We are currently present at the T3 terminal, where in fact, because of the Microsoft outage, here also the services have been impacted, and the passengers here are getting impacted because of this. We are showing you the display screens, how they, you see, have gone blank, and we have in fact passengers here with us. Sir, we want to know from you, first of all, the display screens have gone blank. So because of that also, are you facing any problem?
Yeah, actually I'm just really confused. Means which row we have to stand. We are really confused. Actually my mom is traveling all alone, so it's really confusing for her. I'm just thinking, if I won't have come, what she will do. I'm really confused about that, and there's no one to help us here. So it's really confusing outright.
Ma'am, as your son was saying that you're traveling alone, and of course it has become now challenging. But we also want to know, did you try to get your boarding pass? And was the systems working then?
I have very problem. No, actually we tried to try to print the boarding pass, but it was not working. The system was not working.
So did you receive, any notification from the airlines to come early because of this problem?
No message from airline, no, nothing.
No, nothing. And because of this, now you're facing challenges, because it's no fault of yours, it's because of the Microsoft. So what do you want to say to the authorities here? Because of this, problem, the passengers here like you are facing so much problem.
Yeah, actually, see, it's been a long time since I've come to Delhi. So people like me and people like my mom, she's senior citizen. So at least provide some basic necessity or basic place where we can inquire about the flight and everything. So it will be good, but as you can see, the screens are also not working. So we have to wait, and we are really confused. It's like chaotic out here. Yeah, as you can see, there are many people waiting here. So it's really confusing and chaotic right now. Thank you.
So as you heard, the commuters here, the passengers here, they say that it is certainly very challenging for them. And they also say, that some of them have not even gotten communication from the airline as well. There is no one to help here, no help desks here to help all of these passengers. And certainly, it is becoming very, very difficult for them, to get any kind of help here at the airport. So certainly, the airports also here in the national capital remain impacted because of this global Microsoft outage. Now with camera person Xavier, this is Ishika Verma for NDTV.
Missed my flight and I was trying to book via third-party apps. So I have all the apps which are used to book the flights, and it took me like 2 hours and I was not able to book the ticket. And once in one of the app, when I was able to book the ticket, then automatically I got a message like your flight booking has been cancelled, and my bank also refunded me all the amount. So now again I came back to the Air India counter where I do it like manually without any third-party apps. So this is the issue.
How many platforms did you try for booking the flight?
So I tried 7 platforms, including Make My Trip, iXigo, Flipkart, Amazon. I tried every app which is on my mobile phone.
Okay. Did someone from other locations also try to book flights for you?
Yeah, so even my relatives also, they were trying to book. So they stay in Patna, so even they were trying to book the tickets, and even they were not able to book it from.
Has this happened before? Are you a frequent traveler?
Yep. So yeah, I travel like twice or thrice in a month, and this never happened before, and this is the first time I see this kind of a glitch.
All right, so many passengers there impacted by this IT outage, though the good news is Uber services seem to be unaffected, and NDTV Sam Daniel sent us this report.
On a day, several services and sectors have been impacted because of the global outage around the world. I'm going to check if Uber services in Chennai would work. We have a shoot lined up at the Chennai airport. Let's see if we could book a cab for that. I'm opening the Uber app. Chennai airport, I'm booking. It's for a shoot there. Global outage is the story. It seems to be working fine so far. It's confirming the ride. It says wait for the cab at the pickup spot. It's still searching for a driver. So far it's fine, but the catch is, would we be allotted a cab? It's still searching. So far no luck. Sometimes if it's busy time, it will take some time. Well, it says I have a cab. It's asking me to wait for 5 minutes. It says pick up in 5 minutes, and it sent me the car number and the PIN. So I can also see the exact location of the car. So at least for Uber, so far it's fine, but we can be sure of it only when the car comes to pick us up. Well, Uber says the car is around 100 meters away. Let's see. Yes, I could see the car, the same number. Let's board and see if his system on board would work. I'm going to board the car and see if his onboard system would now work. Repeat OTP on there. 5176. Well, it seems to be working. We're going to move now. We're heading to the Chennai airport. Absolutely no technical glitch at all. The driver was also able to get her OTP, feed it into his phone, and he has started moving now. So at least one service is.
All right, so good to know Uber was working and Sam was able to find himself a ride there. But now moving on to the other breaking news that has come in, and the Union Public Service Commission, that's the UPSC, has now issued a notice to cancel the selection of the controversial IAS probationer, Puja Khedkar, remember, who's been at the center of controversy. She was being investigated for lying about visual and mental disabilities and faking her identity, including changing the names of her parents to clear the civil services entrance exam. It all started, remember, with her having the red batti on her own private car, as well as demanding an office, etc. And that is what really led to news coming out regarding her. But since then, so much more information has come out regarding how she got into the UPSC services, how she used fake certificates and essentially fake disability to really game the system. So that is there's a huge controversy, and she had been summoned back to the institute in Mussoorie, and now the UPSC has said that they will file an FIR against her, that she is going to lose her IAS seat. And that because of using fraudulently availed attempts beyond the permissible limit, and initiate a series of actions against the 23-year-old. So a show cause notice has been issued asking Ms. Khedkar why her candidature should not be cancelled, and further action will depend on Ms. Khedkar's reply. In other news, the new criminal laws that came into effect in June, now the Madras High Court has issued a notice to the centre based on the new criminal laws, and this is based on a petition by a DMK leader who has challenged the constitutionality of these laws. So a notice has been issued to the centre based on this petition by the DMK leader, and the Madras High Court has given the union government 4 weeks' notice to file its response. YSRCP chief and former Andhra Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy has sought an appointment with the Prime Minister. He's written a letter to the Prime Minister complaining of targeted attacks on YSRCP leaders, cadre and supporters, saying there's a breakdown of law and order and need a central probe. Jagan will also visit the family of the murdered YSRCP activist Rashid. Rashid was hacked in the middle of moving traffic on Wednesday. Remember, the video of that had gone viral. It was horrendous to see, and also another MP, Mithun Reddy, was attacked. So Jagan has written this to the Prime Minister and sought an appointment. And finally, the union budget will be presented in Parliament next week, and everyone from the middle class to corporates and salaried will be watching to see what's in it for them. Provisions in the budget could also improve support, accessibility and overall quality of life for those with disabilities. So do listen in to disability rights advocates talking about their expectations from this year's budget.
My expectation from the union budget is quite some. At this point of time, the expenditure that happens on disability sector is less than 0.3% of the total GDP. I want that total expenditure to grow to at least 0.6 to 0.7% of the GDP, so that more people with disabilities are getting impacted. And also, the economic empowerment is something else that I am looking forward to for people with disabilities, because unless we put economic empowerment as a priority, after the trainings that we provide the person with disabilities, the economy will not flourish.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
The performance आई सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made us.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
We're tracking the largest global outage, chaos at airports, banks and hospitals across the world. 90% flights disrupted in Bengaluru. Microsoft has said that the configuration change led to the snag. Software update leads to worldwide chaos. American Airlines operations resume. London Stock Exchange has been impacted. UPSC crackdown against trainee IAS officer Puja Khedkar for faking her identity. UPSC will file fraud FIR against Khedkar, and the process of cancelling her candidature has begun. DMK has moved Madras High Court against new criminal laws, calling it unconstitutional. Madras High Court has given Union government 4 weeks to respond to the notice. Good
evening. We start with some breaking news. 90% flights have been disrupted in Bengaluru. This is even as services across multiple sectors, including banking, hospitals, markets, were affected worldwide today due to a technical problem at Microsoft and American cybersecurity company CrowdStrike. In fact, Union Minister of Electronics and Information Technology, METI, Ashwini Vaishnav, has said that the government is in touch with US tech giant Microsoft regarding this global outage that has led to multiple sectors getting affected across the world. In fact, essential services are down, but of course the services have started resuming, is what we've been told. IndiGo airline officials have also said that some of this could continue through midnight. Remember, the outage is being seen as largest in the world. It has caused disruptions in air traffic, forcing airports to shift to manual operations. Stock exchanges have also been hit as a result of this tech outage. Microsoft, while acknowledging the outage, has said resolution is forthcoming. In a post on X, Minister Vaishnav said the reason for the Microsoft outage has been identified and updates have been released to resolve the issue. NIC network is not affected. That's what he said, referring to the National Informatics Center's NIC, which is the pan-India communication network that provides services to center and state governments. METI is in touch with Microsoft and its associates regarding this global outage. That's what we know from the minister. Well, the reason for this outage has been identified and updates have been released is also what we know. CERT has also issued a technical advisory. This is even as millions of Microsoft Windows users started experiencing the blue screen of death today morning that caused their computers to shut down or restart. That happened since today morning. In fact, in the advisory, CERT has said, and I quote, Windows hosts related to CrowdStrike agent Falcon server are facing outages and getting crashed due to recent update received in the product. The concerned Windows hosts are experiencing a blue screen of death related to Falcon server. That's what the advisory added. In fact, it also said that there could be some workarounds to that, suggesting a few actions. The issues occurred due to the latest update in CrowdStrike, and the changes have been reverted by the team. That's what CERT has said. Microsoft, the company in question here, however, has said that the preliminary root cause was a configuration change in the portion of Azure backend workloads. In fact, it caused interruption between storage and compute resources, which resulted in connectivity failures that affected downstream Microsoft 365 services that are dependent on these connections. That's what the company has said. And I quote, our services are still seeing continuous improvements while we continue to take mitigation action. That's what Microsoft said on X. These services have been affected in India due to a Microsoft outage. And several airlines in India have also reported that their systems across the network have been impacted. I'm joined by my colleague Pratibha, who is at the Bengaluru airport. Pratibha, what do we know about the situation on ground there? Is it improving? Because that's what Microsoft seems to be suggesting. But what is the condition of passengers? Truly a distressing day for most of them today.
In fact, it is quite a bit of bad news here because the situation hasn't yet improved here. In fact, what the IndiGo authorities seem to mention is that the current situation would continue until midnight. Let me see if I can go across to the airport authorities here. Sir, a quick word from you in terms of...
Sorry, we have a corporate communication.
Okay. So most of them not willing to speak, but at this point in time, let me see if I can go across to the passengers, because the information given to them is that this situation would continue until midnight. Sir, can you speak two lines? What is the inconvenience caused to you?
We don't know now. I don't know how we'll figure out. We have to reach Chandigarh for some office work. Now look at the queue. There is no, it's operational challenge from the IndiGo side. We'll see now what they answer to us.
Is your flight cancelled, delayed?
It's a cancelled flight.
Right.
Yeah.
Are you looking for other alternate arrangements?
I don't know. Now we are depending on them. There is no other option. There is no other flight showing for the Chandigarh next flight. So we'll see when the turn will come.
So most of them seem to be suggesting that they have different pressing requirements where they need to get to their different destinations, and it is not possible. They cannot even look at alternate arrangements because it is too much of a last minute. And most of them haggling with the authorities here, trying to find their answers. Most of them did suggest that they weren't even given any kind of information, no messages as such. And The reason behind this is that due to system failure, they were not able to get these messages sent across to the passengers. You can see the queues running long, most of them questioning, raising their hands in despair. What is the inconvenience caused to you?
They are showing we have come from Bali.
Yes. We had a flight from Bangalore to Pune at 11 p.m. But now we have got the message that our flight has been cancelled, and there is no information that whether it has been rescheduled or not. So we are also checking out that.
If you are did you look at an alternate arrangement? Did you try rebooking for tomorrow, day after? How expensive is it?
That was not informed. It was not informed. So we'll have to check with the airline. We got the message also. The flight is cancelled. Just we check the status online.
That's why we are standing in a long queue, and we are going to ask IndiGo that whether they'll able to resolve our issues.
How long have you been stranded here?
1 hour.
In fact, you must be lucky for being stranded for just 1 hour, but there are several passengers who've been complaining for at least 4 or 5 hours now, running from pillar to post. Let me actually show you the board that has been put up there, where most of the airlines and their current status has been mentioned. According to Bengaluru Airport authorities, over 90% flights have been disrupted at this terminal, which is Terminal 1, is what we hear. And this situation would continue until midnight, is what IndiGo authorities have been suggesting. It all started with the airline authorities being extremely proactive. In fact, you can see a lot of reds than the whites there. Delayed, final call, delayed. These are the messages that you see on the board that has been put up here. Some of them delayed and some of them cancelled according to the status report on the board. Most of them suggesting that this flight disruption, as soon as it started, proactive measures were taken in terms of getting into a manual mode. Now even the screen is switched off. We really don't know the technical problems that each of them must be facing at this point in time. But then what we hear is that manually, it is definitely going to take time. In fact, handwritten boarding passes that were issued to most of the passengers here, and especially when it came to connecting flights as well, the written boarding passes would not really be verified, could not be verified, and that caused further delays. These are some of the examples that we are picking up from the passengers, the ordeal that they are facing here, and most of them are clueless at this point in time, do not know what kind of arrangements to make, and all of them stranded. If it is going to continue until midnight, what would they do? These are the questions that are being raised at this point in time. Back to you.
Well, Pratibha, we just hear from our sources. The government has also issued a press release, the Ministry of Civil Aviation, saying that Minister Ram Mohan Naidu has assured passengers that the ministry and airports, which is Airports Authority of India, are actively managing the situation using manual methods to ensure that minimal disruptions are caused in the airport. In fact, he has stated, and I quote, "I have directed airport authorities and airlines to be compassionate and provide extra seating, water and food for passengers affected by delays. We understand your concerns and are working tirelessly to ensure your safe travel." That's what he has said. In fact, the Ministry of Civil Aviation, in collaboration with the Airports Authority of India, has implemented manual backup systems to maintain operational continuity. But they have, of course, also said that there is a need for enhanced communication, regular updates on flight status. But, of course, Ram Mohan Naidu there instructing all airlines and airport authorities to keep passengers informed about the flight status and also provide necessary assistance, something which is their right. Let me also, Pratibha, coming back to you, also tell. Okay, we will try and connect with Pratibha in a bit. Let me go across to Ishika, who has been reporting on this story tirelessly since today morning. Ishika, you were one of the first few to report on how the situation was actually worsening on the ground at the airport there. What is the situation right now? Because Microsoft and a couple of other people are also saying that there are efforts being made to normalize the situation now. Is there a sense of improvement when it comes to services?
Well, in fact, certainly, Vasudha, we have been, in fact, tirelessly reporting this issue from 12th itself. And in fact, we were the first ones ground, and we currently are present even at the T3 terminal at the airport here. Now, at the time when we got here, we showed you that how only 2 of the display screens were working, but currently, in fact, all of these display screens have been restored. So certainly the restoring operations are currently going on at the airport, so there is certainly an improvement. We also showed you that, wait time board was also not working, so that also, has been restored at this point of time. But what we are still waiting is that the boarding, the printing of the boarding pass, those machines are yet to be restored. So certainly the improvement is there. We are expecting that in a short time from now, the systems will be up and running. But as you rightly said, that this comes after the government, in fact, took cognizance of this. And in fact, the aviation minister also, in fact, has given a statement over this. In fact, he has said that I have directed airport authorities and airlines to be compassionate and provide extra seating, water and food for passengers affected by the delays. We understand your concerns and are working tirelessly to ensure your safe and swift travel. Now, he has also said that there needs to be an enhanced communication by the airlines and also increased support in terms of the extra staff that needs to be deployed here at the airport. And in fact, the amenities also like, offering additional seating, water and food to the passengers needs to be there. So certainly, the directions have already been issued even by the aviation minister now. So now certainly we are expecting that in a short time from now, the systems will be restored here at the airport at T3 terminal where we are reporting from over.
We'll keep coming back to you for more details. This is an important statement by Ram Mohan Naidu, the Civil Aviation Minister of India, putting the onus on airlines to provide required water and food to all those passengers who have been stranded since morning. And of course, he has also talked about enhanced communication, something that is the right of all passengers. Airlines also need to be responsible to send regular updates to passengers on what their status are. Let me go across to my colleague Ghazali. Now, Ghazali, you've been reporting on the banking sector. That's another sector that has been sort of impacted, sharply by what happened today. Tell us what has been your experience and what are the kind of voices that you heard from the ground?
See, Vasudha, this entire Microsoft outage has impacted the global financial operations, but thankfully there is no such impact locally here in India. And Mr. Dinesh Kumar, the SBI chairman, has been quoted saying that we are working fine. Same came from the National Payments Corporation of India Chief Executive Dilip Asbe. He said that the country's financial transactional operationals have not taken any hit due to this outage, and that is why even right now I'm outside the Union Bank of India, the Greater Kailash branch, and the operations are going on smoothly. Every moment you'll see one customer going in and getting their transaction done. So the financial transactions here in Delhi, in Mumbai, and different branches of major private and public banks have not seen any impact of this outage, thanks to the server which is locally maintained here, is what some of the banking officials said. They also said that the same airports which you are reporting of having suffered outage or impact of this outage are having financial transactions even by the UPI. So even this entire Microsoft outage has no sort of impact on financial transactions, online transactions, or manual transactions here in the ATM kiosks as well as in the banks.
Thank you, Ghazali, for joining us with those details. We also have Anuj joining us from the Mumbai airport. Anuj, an important statement by the Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu, asking airlines to be compassionate and also asking them to provide passengers with adequate food and water, and most importantly, providing customers with enhanced communication to tell them when their flights are going to take off and how the system of check-in will actually take place. Tell us what are the kind of voices that you're hearing from the Mumbai airport.
Well, what you talked about is indeed the need of the hour, because if you, I just spoke to a few people here in Mumbai airport, and many of them got to know that their flights might be cancelled or delayed when we asked them questions. That's when they checked their phones, and then they were shocked to know that their flights have been cancelled. These are the people who are traveling across the country for some important personal, professional commitments. But the major concern that they had about it was not necessarily just the fact that the flight has been cancelled, but the lack or the complete absence of communication. Especially when you look at it all the IndiGo flights here at the airport have been, not all, but several of the IndiGo flights have been cancelled. And these are the only flights which have been cancelled here in Mumbai airport. The rest of the flights are, some of them are slightly delayed because of the weather conditions of how it's been in Mumbai since the morning, but otherwise it's been good. I'll just like to show you the place here. Now, Mumbai airport, as we all know, is one of the busiest in the world and probably the busiest in the country. But here the situation, you look at it, it seems fairly usual. It has never been more more busier than this or less busier than this. It's been pretty much this way. But there's a sense of apprehension amongst people if you look around, and that is what is becoming the top headache for them. It is the fact that several of them are complaining about not getting enough enough messages from the people and being confused about what the state of their flights would be. If you look at the operations in this particular airport, there are some people stating that it is not just the automated services which are the problem, but the fact that it has been replaced with the manual services, which is why you can see the crowds swelling up in front of the airport now. As I said before, this is nothing unusual for Mumbai airport. It has been one of the busiest airports always. But the people who got affected because of the particular bug that because of the particular delay through Microsoft applications will start coming to the airport now, right? So the people who are here now, they've already booked their tickets a few days ago, a few months ago. But then the people who start coming to the airport in the evening or in the later hours of the day are probably the ones who are most prone to this particular thing. But there are several people having a lot of sense of apprehension about what to expect once they go inside, because they're receiving messages about their flight getting delayed and their flight getting cancelled without any specific reason. Of course, it's the same operational message, operational inconsistencies message that they are getting since the morning. Besides that, of course, the check-in has become a bit of problem. The baggage has become a bit of problem because most of these things, which were earlier software handled, which were managed via online services, have now been made into man-made practices here inside the airport. And as we saw the boarding pass, which has gone viral from Hyderabad, many of those situations might replicate in the rest of the airports in the country as well, including Mumbai.
Right. Thank you, Anuj. We'll keep coming back to you for more details on that. Manual backup is what airlines have been using. In fact, IndiGo, Akasa Air and SpiceJet have also reported such similar disruptions, although, there is a sense that situation could be improving, but it might even take hours. Like my colleague Pratibha was saying, that it could take up to midnight for normalcy to return. Airports and airlines across the globe have reported technical snags as a result of Microsoft facing cloud services outage. This happened yesterday evening, but we have been facing this since today morning. The company has said that it is taking mitigation actions after service disruptions. Let's go back to my colleague Pratibha, who's been reporting from the Bengaluru airport. Long queues there. Remember that airlines have to resort to manual check-in processes now, which has also led to unexpected delays for passengers. Let's take a look at what the situation is there.
The Bengaluru airport, thanks to the global outage, there has been a lot of flight disruptions that have been reported, especially with IndiGo Airlines being severely affected. Long queues right outside this counter, like you can see, most of them claiming that flight cancellations have not been informed. In fact, most of them did really take proactive measures in terms of shifting to manual check-ins, but then one can imagine the delays caused due to manual check-ins. What started off as a 10-minute to 30-minute delay, which didn't really matter for the passengers, then it went on to connecting flights where due to manual check-ins, people could not get the connecting flights organized on time and they had to miss those flights. That apart, most of them have been complaining about flight cancellations as well. Let me see if I can go across to a couple of passengers to give you a reality check of the frustrations, the irritations, as well as the kind of inconvenience caused to them. So if you can speak a few lines about the inconvenience caused to you.
Yeah, definitely. See, I just came in and I was just checking DigiYatra. I don't know, I have not received mail, I have not received any messages, their flight, they are saying flight cancelled. So now I need to go tomorrow, I have meeting. Then tell me how to go it. Even IndiGo, they are professional. I don't know why they are behaving like an unprofessional. So this is really pathetic. You can look at this. Everyone is frustrated now.
Right.
Thank you.
Most of them talking about their frustration here, ma'am. Could you speak a few lines about the inconvenience caused to you because of this?
Yeah, it's actually quite difficult because they did not send us an information beforehand. We got to know when we got to our gates, and I actually have to go because someone passed away in my family, and now I don't know if they'll reschedule it or not, so it's quite bad.
Dire situations in their family that is causing the entire frustration, triggering an outrage of sorts among passengers here at the Bengaluru airport. Most of them claiming that they have to take these flights, no confirmation, no messages given. Ma'am, can you speak a few lines about the inconvenience caused?
It's cancelled, so that's what they say. There's nothing could be done before 12 midnight. Even if we try to book another flight, there could be payment issues. So there's no option right now.
So that was my colleague Pratibha reporting from Bengaluru Airport. Remember that officials of Airports Authority of India have said that from 12:30 a.m. today, the issue did begin of this outage, the fallout of the global outage that several nations have been reeling under. Flights of airlines, including IndiGo, SpiceJet and Akasa, have been affected. Let me go across to my colleague Ishika, who has been reporting from the Delhi airport. Ishika, you've also covered the Aviation Ministry. There is a statement by the Aviation Minister asking airlines to ensure adequate water, food and also, enhanced communication when it comes to delays to the passengers. It's a question of their rights. They've paid money for it. Tell us, is that happening on the ground there, and is the situation slightly improving?
As you rightly mentioned, Vasudha, in fact, we just saw that just a while ago, the statement was also, in fact, issued by the Aviation Minister, and the directions were issued, in fact, to the staff here to, in fact, ensure that, there is the communication is enhanced to the passengers here, and also, in fact, there should be adequate seating arrangements done. The water and the food should be given to the passengers here. Well, we are currently present at the T3 airport. Now, currently we are not seeing that all of that has taken form into the action, but certainly we are hoping that in a short while from now we will be seeing improvement. Now, as far as the systems are concerned, Vasudha, the systems certainly have been restored here. We continue to show you how, in fact, the display boards have been restored, though we are also showing you that the flights were also impacted. We are showing you how there were several flights that were also cancelled here, because remember the advisories were already issued by the airlines, and we are showing you how the IndiGo flight to Ranchi was cancelled, and there are in fact the other also which have been delayed, like SpiceJet, the SpiceJet flight to Dubai, in fact, which has been delayed. That have delayed. So remember, the advisories were already issued, but we are expecting that from now on, especially when the systems are now being restored, this inconvenience to the passengers might decrease. But certainly, we talked to a lot of passengers from the time that we were here. At that time, they were facing a lot of inconvenience, but we can certainly see that the long queues that we initially reported to you, the long queues, they certainly have shortened here. So certainly the inconvenience that the passengers were facing initially, that has decreased. But we have talked to the passengers there, and they said that the communication was not clear by the airlines. There was no help desk that was present. But after the directions that have been issued by the Aviation Minister, we'll have to wait and watch whether all of those, will turn into actions here at the airport, because that is certainly one of the points that the passengers were stressing upon. So we are yet to see all those directions that were issued to be followed here, but we are in fact waiting, and in fact, we are waiting as to when that happens. But certainly the inconvenience to the passengers has been reduced, and certainly the short queues are certainly an indication of that. Over to you.
Thank you, Ishika. So fortunately, the situation seems to be improving now. Remember, Microsoft's global outage has impacted flights and check-in processes across airports, and we'll bring you more voices from Mumbai airport now. Going back to my colleague Anuj. Anuj, tell us what is the latest? We did see the statement, this important statement by Ram Mohan Naidu, the Civil Aviation Minister, something that Ishika was also talking about, asking airlines to be responsible and to send out enhanced communication when it comes to unexpected delays. Specifically in this case, how are passengers responding to this? Were they even told that this is because of this Microsoft technical bug? Were they given an idea as to how much the delay could be? It could have been a very distressful situation for them, considering that many of them had to wait for hours.
Yes, indeed. And see, quite contrary to what is the case in Delhi here, the lines, the queues are becoming longer. You know, when we were here during the afternoon, when this entire issue popped up. So the general awareness about this matter was too less. And most importantly, the people who were present here, who had flights to catch in the morning, or in the afternoon, were the ones which were mostly booked earlier. But then, as we are reaching the end of the day, we are seeing the longer queues. We are seeing more number of people getting affected by it. And one thing that we all complain about is the lack or the absence of complete communication about any sort of reason being given for the delay. We just received an email, many of those who literally opened their phone when we asked them questions about it and got shocked after reading the mail that their flight has been cancelled for no good reason. Now, they haven't been told the reason, and that is the reason for their frustration. Many of them, of course, were planning to go inside and complain it to the authorities. And then secondly, if you see, there was a lot of movement inside the airport since the morning, but it is increasing now because as you see, the queues are getting longer. And as we've been saying since before, that the baggage counter and the check-in system in Mumbai airport, which is completely automated, just like how it is in the rest of the airports have been, it is. And now it has become completely manual, and that also is resulting into longer queues because there are several other flyers who have taken up, who have chosen airlines which are not getting affected because of these systems, but even they are getting affected because Microsoft is one of those basic softwares used by the entirety of the airport at different levels. And when we talked to the passengers here, one thing that they noted is that the flight getting delayed or cancelled is not just about their travel from one city to the other, but it is disrupting the plans for many people here. Many of them are going for important professional, and several people are going for their important personal visits as well. There are several first-time flyers whose families had come here, and then of course, it was very natural for there to be a sense of apprehension if there was so much of news about flights getting delayed or cancelled. So the sense of apprehension, sadly, is slightly on a high here in Mumbai at the moment, which wasn't quite the case in the afternoon. Although the airport authority has been communicating with them about the reasons, which many of them themselves, because the people who are questioned at first by the passengers are the security people who are completely unaware of the situation. So the general awareness about this entire complicated breakdown of the Microsoft machinery is increasing as the day is proceeding further. And it will become interesting to see how the situation unfolds, because we are seeing that the certain flights, mostly from the IndiGo airline, are getting cancelled here. And those are the people who are, of course, traveling domestically from one part of the country to the other, who are getting affected because of this. So more voices are expected, more customers are expected.
Right. Microsoft's global outage has impacted flights and check-in processes across cities in India. Anuj, Pratibha from Bengaluru was telling us that there is a possibility that situation might take up till midnight to normalize. Is there a sense of time? Is there a sense of, a deadline or, approximately as to when situations could actually, become normal, situation could improve? Because even in Delhi, there is a sense that things are improving. The processes have been put back in place and web check-in process has begun again. That's what Ishika was telling us shortly. When do you think that can happen in Mumbai?
You see, a lot of problems which probably existed in other parts, in other airports of the country did not occur here at all. Like all those screens which we are seeing going off in Delhi were on here all the time. And the movement of the passengers inside the airport was smooth throughout the day. It is just that now people are coming in bulk, which is why there is a lot of pressure on the manual check-in system, as a result of which the entire process is getting slowed down. But as opposed to what is the situation in Bangalore and in Delhi, the overall sense of ease was always more here in Mumbai. It is just that relatively it has become more crowded at this point of time. but Mumbai airport is is the busiest in the country, right? And one of the busiest in the world. So the machinery of the airport, the personnel is completely capable of making sure that most of these people are made comfortable. But the bigger issue for these people is, as you said, the absence of deadline. Now, the IndiGo has definitely said that situation might go on till midnight, and then they don't really know if it will improve thereafter. But the customers, the people who book this ticket for their travels, haven't been communicated anything of this sort, especially up until 2 hours ago when we were speaking to many of them. So there is the sense of apprehension and not knowing about when the situation might exactly get back to normal exists in the customers, in the passengers as well. Besides that, there has been no message about compensation. There has been no message about refund as well, because many of them who are traveling out had already booked their stay, and all of the other logistical problems will also rise for them. So they told us that they'll definitely demand for compensation of not just the flights, but also about the other related logistical issues there as well.
Thank you, Anush. Stay with us and keep tracking the story for us. So from flights to supermarkets to banking operations, the global Microsoft outage is disrupting multiple sectors. It threatens to massive issues if it's not resolved soon. In India, almost all airlines, Vistara, IndiGo, SpiceJet, Akasa Air, are facing technical issues that have affected booking, check-in processes and also flight updates. Now, the airlines, of course, are checking in passengers manually. Situation seems to be improving in certain airports, like we saw in the case of Mumbai and Delhi. Of course, some airports are saying that it will take far more time. According to reports, this issue is linked to CrowdStrike's Falcon server, but the tech glitch has resulted in Windows machines experiencing screen errors, something that has led to the collapse of many essential systems across the country. The IT Minister, Ashwini Vaishnav, has responded to this, saying that MeitY is in touch with Microsoft and its associates regarding the global outage. The reason for this has been identified and updates have been released. CERT has issued an advisory. In fact, the Civil Aviation Minister, Rammohan Naidu, has also responded, saying that the airlines need to provide enhanced communication to the passengers, and also they need to deal with the passengers who've been stranded with compassion. I have, for now, let's also look at this chat between my colleague Gargi Rawat and Rajiv Chandrasekhar, who has been former MOS of IT. He's a BJP leader now, as to how he sees this entire global breakdown of systems.
We're seeing the kind of chaos that has been caused the world over. We do have information, from the center saying that MeitY is in touch with Microsoft and its associates, but we still have no clarity when things are going to get back on track.
Yeah, no, so I can't add to any clarity.
Yes, but your comments here.
Yeah, no, so I'm watching the same television and the online. I'm consuming the news as much as all of us are. Look, I think it is enough to say, and it's pretty appropriate to say, that this is something that I have never seen in my life before. And I've been around the block for about 35 years. I've seen ups and downs in tech, and I've never seen anything this deep and this wide and this, touching almost every nation and every small business and big business in this kind of way. I've never seen it before. And the fact that it is attributable finally to a small cybersecurity solution that sits on the endpoint of the cloud, that tells you that what a complex digital world we live in, that it is not just enough to worry about the computer that you operate on or the server that it is hosting the application, but that every one of these pieces create complexity and create vulnerability at the same time. So look, it is certainly a black swan event of a kind that I have never seen or experienced before. But the good news is it is Microsoft, and this is a large credible company, one of the big credible names in big tech, and they are slowly recovering this. It is now clear that it is this CrowdStrike cybersecurity agent that was at fault, and that the patches will be created, and that the incompatibility with the Windows system that was being caused by the CrowdStrike update will be fixed. But it is certainly something that I have never seen before, and it has put a lot of small businesses and a lot of consumers at great disruption, inconvenience and loss of money.
That's former MOS IT Rajiv Chandrasekhar speaking. In fact, we are tracking this story of global outage of Microsoft systems, which has led to collapse of many essential services, including banking, hospitals, even media newsrooms. We are tracking that story very closely for you. But now, time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ये देश के विकास
unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small-scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत performance सही सारे दीते बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. news that matters to you.
White day due to Union Minister of Electronics and Information Technology Ashwini Vaishnav has said that the Indian government is in touch with the US tech giant Microsoft regarding this global outage. It has, remember, affected multiple sectors across the world. It is being seen as the largest in the world, and it has caused disruptions in air traffic, forcing airports to shift to manual operations. Stock exchanges have also been hit as a result of this tech outage. Microsoft, while acknowledging the outage, has said that a resolution is forthcoming. Minister Vaishnav has reacted to this, saying that the reason for Microsoft, the technical snag has been identified and updates have been released to resolve the issue. He has also said the NIC network has not been affected. Remember, this is the National Informatics Centre's ICT network, which is pan-India communication network that provides services to center and state governments. MeitY is in touch with Microsoft. That's what he has said. In fact, Sir.in has also released an advisory. The reason for this outage has been identified and updates have been released. So Microsoft has reacted to this. Microsoft has issued a statement on the global outage. The underlying cause has been fixed. That's what the global tech giant has said. Remember, this is the technical snag that has led to several essential systems collapsing across the world, including airlines and banking services. Now, Microsoft has come forward and said that the underlying bug, underlying problem has been identified and it's been fixed. This is Microsoft's latest statement that says that the residual impact is, of course, is continuing even as Microsoft has come out and said that the underlying problem has been fixed. Remember, this is happening even as the outage, being seen as the largest in the world, has caused disruptions in air traffic, forcing airports to shift to manual operations. In fact, hospitals and supermarkets have also been hit across the world in different cities. Services across multiple sectors, specifically banking and medical services, have been affected today due to this technical snag. Microsoft has come forward and said that the underlying issue has been fixed now. I have my colleague Vishal who's been tracking this. Vishal, tell us what is Microsoft saying with regard to the latest developments happening across the world?
So the latest from Microsoft has just landed on the social media website X. It says that the underlying cause has been fixed. However, residual impact is continuing to affect some Microsoft 365 apps and services. So Microsoft says that they are continuing additional mitigations to provide relief, and they have been asking, the customers to reach out to them through X posts and all to get the latest updates. So the latest is that they have mentioned that they have identified the cause and they're trying to fix it. They have not been able to fix it fully. So it's almost 8 to 9 hours since the whole outage situation started in the US, and then it spread to across the globe from Australia to Poland, London. The stock exchange in London has also been affected. Back home in India, however, the markets are unaffected. However, on the airport side, there are a lot of chaos because customers have had to, log into systems manually, and they've had to do check-ins manually. The systems are all out. They're all under this outage, so they've not been able to access those systems. They have not been able to see updates on the big screens that are spread across the whole airport. So the situation is still tense. The global outage still remains. However, they are saying that both the companies involved in this saga, CrowdStrike and Microsoft, they are saying that they have identified and isolated the problem. It's not a cyber attack or any security incident, but they have identified the problem, the root cause of the problem.
Also, Vishal, tell us about all the statements that Microsoft has come up with, and what is to do with the other company, the third-party app that is also CrowdStrike, that is also under scrutiny now. How is that company reacting to this? And I mean, like very simply asked, who is responsible for this technical snag?
exactly is responsible, that remains to be clarified by both the companies, and also some of the regulatory authorities in the US and rest of the world will have to step in and see who exactly was responsible. So in the US, it's the FTC that takes care of all this. It remains to see what they will say, but as far as the companies are concerned, CrowdStrike CEO had taken to Twitter X and said that they have isolated and identified the problem, and they have gone on to say they have listed out a method as to what the customers and the companies can follow to solve this problem themselves. And they have said that this is not the CrowdStrike CEO specifically had said that this is not a cyber attack and this is not a security incident, but the situation on the ground, as you can see on the screen, it remains quite tense. There's big chaos at airports across the globe, and also situations such as, people have not been able to get into stadiums in some places in Australia because of this system outage. So it has impacted almost everyone on the planet.
Vishal, stay with us. Let me also read out what the statement says. The underlying cause has been fixed. However, residual impact is continuing to affect some Microsoft 365 apps and services. We are conducting additional mitigations to provide relief. More details can be found. Of course, that is what the Microsoft statement ends with. Vishal, tell us, what does this mean? What does residual impact mean? Does that mean that the fallout of this technical snag could actually extend beyond today?
As far as this statement is concerned, I think by residual impact, they mean is they have been able to mitigate this. They've been able to offset some of the damages that have been done, most of the damages. But there is something remaining. They need to take care of some problems that are still existing. So they are saying they're treating that as residual problems as far as the latest from the Microsoft team is concerned. So as we've been reporting that Microsoft services such as Microsoft Teams and other services such as OneDrive, they were all affected when this whole outage started. They have been slowly and steadily trying to, take one problem out of the way. They have been able to fix a lot of those problems, but the common people, as you can see on the screen, they have been suffering. They have not been able to get into airports, get out of the airports, get onto their flights. So it's a very, as many experts have been saying, it's the largest IT outage in the history of the world. So it's a really big, major security situation. It's a big IT outage, biggest IT outage. So it remains to be seen what kind of impact it will have in the coming days, but it's still going on.
Right. Thank you, Vishal, for joining us with those very important details. Moving on, we know that there are very important reactions that have come in from the government. The IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnaw has put out a tweet saying that the government is in touch with Microsoft authorities. He has also said that there is an advisory that has come out from CERT-in, which is responsible for providing IT services to state governments and also centre. We know that Ram Mohan Naidu, the Civil Aviation Minister, has also asked airlines to be compassionate when it comes to passengers who have not been informed about unexpected delays. He has also asked airlines to focus on enhanced communication when it comes to telling passengers as to how and when their flights would take off. Now, Mulidhar Mohal, who is the MOS Civil Aviation in the centre, in the central cabinet, he has also reacted to the situation that played out the entire day today, with several essential systems collapsing from airlines to hospitals. Let's listen in to what he said.
पूरे विश्व में माइक्रोसॉफ्ट की क्लाउड सर्विसेज डाउन होने के कारण सभी सेवाएं में दिक्कतें आ रही हैं। हमारे देश में भी हमारे एयरलाइंस सर्विसेज जो उसमें ग्राउंड ऑपरेशंस भी ब्रेक हुए हैं, लेकिन मैन्युअली अभी उस पर काम चल रहा है। और DGCA और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ सिविल एविएशन उसका मॉनिटरिंग कर रहे हैं। हमने सभी जो एयरलाइंस कंपनियां हैं उनको अवगत कर दिया कि आप सभी यात्रियों को इसकी सूचनाएं दें, इससे अवगत करें, और हम सभी लोग DGCA हो, हमारा मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ सिविल एविएशन हो, हम इस पे काम कर रहे हैं, मॉनिटरिंग कर रहे हैं।
At the Bengaluru airport, thanks to the global outage, there has been a lot of flight disruptions that have been reported, especially with IndiGo Airlines being severely affected. Long queues right outside this counter, like you can see. Most of them claiming that flight cancellations have not been informed. In fact, most of them did really take proactive measures in terms of shifting to manual check-ins, but then one can imagine the delays caused due to manual check-ins. What started off as a 10-minute to 30-minute delay, which didn't really matter for the passengers, then it went on to connecting flights where due to manual check-ins, people could not get the connecting flights organized on time, and they had to miss those flights. That apart, most of them have been complaining about flight cancellations as well. Let me see if I can go across to a couple of passengers to give you a reality check of the frustrations, the irritations, as well as the kind of inconvenience caused to them. So if you can speak a few lines about the inconvenience caused to you.
Yeah, definitely. See, I just came in and I was just checking DigiYatra. I don't know, I have not received mail, I have not received any messages that their flight, they are saying flight cancelled. So now I need to go tomorrow, I have a meeting. Then tell me how to go it. Even IndiGo, they are professional. I don't know why they are behaving like an unprofessional. So this is really pathetic. You can look at this. Everyone is frustrated now.
Right.
Thank you.
Most of them talking about their frustration here. Ma'am, could you speak a few lines about the inconvenience caused to you because of this?
Yeah, it's actually quite difficult because they did not send us an information beforehand. We got to know when we got to our gates, and I actually have to go because someone passed away in my family, and now I don't know if they'll reschedule it or not, so it's quite bad.
Dire situations in their family that is causing the entire frustration, triggering an outrage of sorts among passengers here at the Bengaluru airport. Most of them claiming that they have to take these flights, no confirmation, no messages given. Ma'am, can you speak a few lines about the inconvenience caused?
It's cancelled, so that's what they say. There's nothing could be done before 12 midnight. Even if we try to book another flight, there could be payment issues. So there's no option right now.
So parents and passengers going through some harrowing times there at airports. But this is a global problem today. In fact, services including critical providers like police and government across the world have been affected. Australia's Virgin Australia has said that it is aware of a large-scale IT outage impacting airlines and other businesses, and that it too has been affected. Now, there are reports of flights being grounded in Australia and also in the United States of America. Services at the airport in German capital Berlin have been affected, and Spanish airport operators have confirmed an incident at their facilities, according to reports. The tech problem has affected banks and financial services also, with reports suggesting that the London Stock Exchange faced minor problems. The United Kingdom's Sky News network was also off air for some time because of this. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
In association with Amity University, ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally.
Introducing Moto G85 5G. All eyes on you.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ये आया बात पैसाबाजार.com।
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ये देश के विकास
Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
For her misuse of privileges, also for forging documents when it came to her disability and also her caste status. Trainee IS officer Puja Khedkar could lose her IS seat. UPSC has planned action against Puja Khedkar. UPSC could be filing fraud FIR against Khedkar. UPSC has already started the process of cancelling the candidature of Ms. Khedkar. In fact, the body has also barred Puja from further attempts of taking the civil services examination. It has also issued a show cause notice to Puja. Her training has been put on hold. She is a probationary officer, IS officer from the 2022 batch. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
After
a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones.
Global chaos caused by massive tech outage impacting airlines and businesses. Microsoft says the underlying cause for the glitch has been fixed, but residual impact is continuing. It's the largest global IT outage ever. Civil Aviation Minister, airports have been directed to help flyers. 90% flights disrupted at Bengaluru's T1. IndiGo also has said that Bengaluru chaos to stay till midnight. Cyber security update causes IT chaos. UPSC crackdown against trainee IS officer Puja Khedkar for faking her identity. UPSC to file fraud FIR against Khedkar and began the process of cancelling her candidature. And MEA speaks on Bangladesh unrest, says we have around 8,500 students in Bangladesh. All of them are safe and the High Commissioner is monitoring the situation. 39 people have died in the quota-related protests in the country. Microsoft, in its latest statement on the major global outage that has created chaos everywhere, causing the collapse of essential systems, including in hospitals, markets, and also banking services, has said that the underlying cause has been fixed, but the residual impact remains. This, as major airlines across the world said that the outage has adversely affected their flight operations and also check-in processes, including in Delhi, Mumbai. Almost 1,400 flights have been cancelled today, and banking and healthcare shops have also been affected. Cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike, which is also being blamed for this, says a defect in one of its software updates hit Windows operating systems and clarified that there was no cyber attack. The biggest visible impact, however, has been seen at airports across the world. In fact, specifically in India, Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu has said that he has spoken on the delays and chaos. He has asked airlines and airports using manual methods to ensure that they are compassionate towards passengers and that passengers are provided with enhanced communication when it comes to these unexpected delays. He has also specified that regular updates should be given to flyers. What we also hear is that over 100 flights have also been in some ways cancelled or in some ways redirected. Joining me now is my colleague who has been reporting this from the ground. Ishika, tell us what is the latest on this that we have? How many flights have been cancelled? Because Microsoft has come out with a statement talking about the residual impact. Do you see the situation improving? 160 flights affected in last 4 hours. What is the number right now?
Asada, if you can hear me, at the moment I am at the Hyderabad airport, scheduled to be boarding a flight to New Delhi, which is ironically on time. So what we're understanding at the Hyderabad airport is that they have moved to a contingency mode, which is a paper mode. Primarily what we're given to understand at the moment is that flights are taking off. Flights are landing. These are disruptions that are taking place because of the outage. By disruptions, I mean certain delays and cancellations. Predominantly, these are delays. And as as the airport systems operate, we understand that if there is a delay for a couple of minutes also in the day, it has a domino effect through the course of the day, disrupting other flights as well. So what we're understanding at the moment in terms of flight operations at Hyderabad airport is that there are over 100 flights that have been delayed. Some flights have been cancelled. Predominantly, it is IndiGo, which is reporting cancellations as well as delays, simply because they have the maximum number of inbound and outbound flights from the Hyderabad airport. What we can also report at the moment is that most of the airports, at least I can say that for Hyderabad airport, it's been over 4 hours and counting now, that they have moved to a manual mode. There are certain systems which are working, so they are being able to get the boarding passes out, but they are having to manually write on all of those boarding passes. I have to say that screens that were completely out, basis what we've been reporting for the last 4 hours, at least at Hyderabad Airport, I can say the screens are predominantly back on. So most display screens across the airport, which is gives crucial information for flight schedules, for gate numbers, etc. All of those screens are back on. However, I have to say that the check-in counters, especially IndiGo again, there are several of those screens that are still not working. So this is the situation that we're reporting at Hyderabad Airport. It is one of those days where the weather also can play a spoiler. It's of course monsoon, so there are anticipated delays because of the weather as well. No information though has been shared by the airlines to passengers intimating delays in advance. So it is a bit of a go-by-fly attitude as far as most airlines are concerned. They've warned of certain disruptions and delays. But when I called ahead to take my flight back to Delhi, the airline was completely non-committal on any kind of delay and disruption to my flight. So it is, you have to come to the airport, you have to read the board outside the airport to figure it out. Like I said, the situation is limping back to normalcy, and most airlines have shifted to plan B and contingency mode. So manual boarding passes are being issued. Most screens are working, but the systems largely are still down. And what staff has told us off record, of course, is that it's been 4.5 hours now that they've been writing manual boarding passes, resulting in long queues and large wait times. So that's the situation, at least as far as Hyderabad Airport is concerned, Vasudha.
Rishika, also tell us, the Civil Aviation Minister Rammohan Naidu has come up with an important statement asking, in fact, putting the onus on airlines and, asking them to be extremely compassionate when it comes to passengers who've been stranded since morning. He's asked them for enhanced communication to be given out to passengers. He's asked them to ensure that there's adequate food and water. And he has specifically said that there needs to be clarity that needs to be given to passengers when it comes to these unexpected delays. Do you think any of that is happening in Hyderabad specifically, because the number of flights is, the 160 flights across the country that have been affected. Do you think anything of that sort is happening on ground, any action specifically in benefit of the passengers?
I can tell you what I'm seeing anecdotally on the ground at Hyderabad Airport. There are no chaotic scenes. Yes, there are long queues. And a lot of people are standing outside the terminal also in order to be able to get information on whether they should enter the terminal or whether they're inadvertent long sort of delays that are affecting their flight. But having said that, what we're learning at the moment is that passengers are not getting any information prior to departure. So there are no text messages or no updates on the website or anything of that sort. Passengers mostly relying on coming to the airport and then understanding, what the tune of delay is or what the status of their flight is.
Yes.
So as far as communication is concerned, I think airlines are still trying to figure that piece out. Even though it has been 4 hours and counting, like I said, there's also a domino effect of delays and disruptions that is taking place. So no first-hand information, no prior information that is available. Unfortunately, passengers are having to come to the airport, look at the boards, contact the airline counters, and then they are being intimated of delays, etc. So that's as far as the situation on the ground is concerned. But I also want to say, at least as far as Hyderabad Airport, no chaotic scenes. The situation at the airport is being managed, and there is enough staff on the ground that is communicating with passengers and ensuring that their needs are taken care of.
Okay, thank you, Rishika, for joining us with that very important update. Let me go across to my colleague Mohammad Ghazali, who joins us from a hospital in Delhi. Ghazali, apart from banking services and airlines, hospitals have also been affected. This is after this massive global outage that several nations are reeling under. This is because of a technical snag that Microsoft faced, and of course, Microsoft now has come out with a statement saying that the underlying cause has been fixed, but the residual impact remains. What are you witnessing outside the hospital? Because hospitals are completely dependent these days on systems.
See, Vasudha, we have been reporting from different hospitals in the city, and some of them had no impact of this outage. But this one behind me, the Max Hospital in Lajpat Nagar, had a morning impact of the outage because the registrations were not getting done electronically, or say on the computer, the desktop and laptops which had the Windows operating system was not functioning properly, but this was fixed within a few hours, and the impact was in the early morning for around 3 to 4 hours, after which the registration has started happening. Earlier, a short while back, there was a good gathering here of people saying that this thing was not working or the system was not working properly, but this has been fixed by now. Now, this is one of the many cases we have seen in certain hospitals. In some of the systems, the outage showed its impact. Like in the chemist shop, we have seen that in certain chemist shop, the billing was being done electronically on the computer. That was working fine. But in the same hospital, the electronic registration was not happening. So it is very random as well, because in the same organization, some systems did face the impact of the outage, while the other section having the same operating system did not face any impact of that Microsoft outage. And as far as the banking system is concerned, we have been reporting that the financial transactions, as well as any financial institution, including bank as well as NFCs, have not seen any impact of this outage.
Right. Thank you, Ghazali, for joining us with those details. Let me go across to my colleague Pratibha, who's been reporting from the Bengaluru airport. Remember, major airlines across the world have said that the outage has adversely affected their flight operations and also their check-in processes. This has happened in Delhi, Mumbai and Bengaluru as well. Around 1,400 flights have been cancelled. Banking and healthcare and shops have also been affected. Pratibha, tell us, you had reported earlier that the situation could take up to midnight to sort of in some ways clear out, to become normal. What is the fallout on passengers? You know, how it must be very distressful for them. What are they saying?
Absolutely distressing emotions that are being voiced by several of the passengers here. In fact, let me ask my camera person to pan and show you the long queue right outside IndiGo. What we hear as the official figures is that 26 flights have been cancelled, including T1 and T2. That's the Terminal 1 and Terminal 2. And a board that has been put out there that will give you a fair picture of the current status. And just for answering that question of yours in terms of how distressed passengers are.
We are very much distressed. There is no one from IndiGo helping whether it's going to be rescheduled or not. We have no idea. They are not even telling us what is the next step to do. They're not giving us accommodation. They're not giving us reschedule conformity, nothing. They're just saying you are on your own. We are just giving you refund. Nothing.
Deep anguish in terms of the passengers, the frustration there.
It's been 2 hours, we were waiting in queue. At the last, they are saying we can't help you on this. They are not providing an accommodation. They said we will see what to do tomorrow. To take refund and book another flight tomorrow.
Where do you have to go?
We are going Chandigarh and we have another flight from Chandigarh to Mumbai tomorrow. So now that flight also is we have to cancel. Yeah, there is no option.
And
it's not our hometown. Now we have to book another hotel. We have to pay from our own pocket. They are not giving any solution to us.
I can see that there's only bottles of water that is being provided here, but no food.
It is very easy to say, no, you look after whatever you want to do it. Now we don't know now. No, the hotel price is also surging right now, you know.
Have you tried for any kind of alternate arrangements, flight bookings for tomorrow, day after? How expensive are they?
We are trying, but they are very expensive. It's like around for tomorrow or today, it's going 22,000. We don't want to pay that much. And there is no another rescheduling option these guys are giving, whether tomorrow you can accommodate on the same cost or not. So it's become very difficult for us now.
In fact, there are arguments spewing between the passengers and the airline authorities. 26 flights that have been cancelled, like I already mentioned, and most of them happen to be IndiGo Airlines. And let me actually see if I can go across to one of them. Ma'am, if you can speak 2 lines about this. Okay, some of them not even wanting to speak because absolute frustration that is engulfed them at this moment, and that's the picture that we bring to you from Bengaluru airport here. What we understand is that over 90% of the flights have been disrupted, especially in Terminal 1, and we also hear that 26 flights in all between Terminal 1 and Terminal 2 have been cancelled. None of them have been given any kind of intimation, no messages, nothing that has been sent to them, which is precisely why most of them are baffled here. But the explanation given is that with systems that have crashed, there was absolutely no, that it was impossible for them to give any sort of message. Systems have come crashing down. Manual operations were put in place just so that they could take some proactive measures. In fact, some of the boarding passes were, written boarding passes were issued, connecting flights because of which were disrupted. So if you can speak to Airlines, is it a connecting flight, direct flight? How inconvenienced are you?
I have been asked to stay at Bangalore for 53 hours. It was a layover. And now my flight is again cancelled. I don't know what to do next. And they don't have anything to say. So it's a very difficult situation for me.
Right. And where do you have to fly to?
I was flying from Udaipur to Kolkata, and Bangalore was a hopping destination. So 53 hours layover in Bangalore.
53 hours layover, and now he doesn't know how many more hours that he would have to stay in Bengaluru. Now that's the situation here. Thank you. And most of them seem to say, especially IndiGo airline authorities say that because of the cascading effect of the systems that have come crashing down due to Microsoft outage, they will have to see how they can rectify this, and it would go on at least until midnight. And until midnight, we would have to witness these chaotic scenes here at Bengaluru airport. Back to you.
Pratibha, for joining us with those very important details. Complete chaos at the Bengaluru airport. Passengers waiting for some solutions, but of course quite distressed because many of them have been forced to wait for long. Clearly, the biggest visible impact of this global outage has been on airports. I'm joined by Ishika, who is at the Delhi airport, Ghazali, who is outside Max Hospital, and of course Anuj, who is at the Mumbai airport. Anuj, tell us what is the situation at Mumbai airport, because just a short while ago you did report that there are many problems that we witnessed in Bengaluru airport are not being seen in Mumbai, but of course there are different sets of issues there. What is the situation on ground now?
Several things to note from the Mumbai airport. Firstly, 9 domestic flights have been cancelled, and all 9 of them are from IndiGo. And just a while back, while I was preparing myself for the live, 3 extremely frustrated passengers, they walked out of this road extremely angry, and when inquired about the reason, they told that the IndiGo flight, which was cancelled the last moment, did not give them any information on the reason and on when the flight has been rescheduled to. It simply cancelled the flight. And a more infuriating part or thing was that, as you already said, that the minister and the government is trying to appeal to the airlines and to the airport to make sure that the passengers who will be affected because of the delayed or the cancelled flights should be made to feel at ease. That's exactly what is not happening here. Many of these people, there was basically no one at the IndiGo count, according to many, to attend them. So there are not, leave alone the extra facilities of food, water, seating, etc. But there are no people to listen to the problems of those passengers whose flights have been cancelled at the last moment. As I said before, 9 domestic flights have been cancelled here from IndiGo. And from what we've been reporting since the morning, we've gotten to know that as I'd like to just pan out and show what the situation here is. You see, these might look like longer queues, but it is extremely normal for Mumbai airport to experience this because it is an extremely busy airport otherwise as well. So these queues aren't the problem. And the overall situation here in the Mumbai airport is also extremely normal because the rest of the flights are on time. There is no delay because the rain also kind of got down since the afternoon.
Right.
So there has been no problem as far as rain or other reasons are concerned. But it is just the cancellation of 9 IndiGo flights as far as domestic flights are concerned. That is causing major hurdles to...
So cancellation of flights is the most important issue at the Mumbai airport. Thank you, Anuj. We'll keep coming back to you for regular updates. We're joined by Mahir Gupta, founder of Code Snag Now. Thank you, Mr. Gupta, for speaking to NDTV. Sir, the one word that everyone has been talking about, experts have been talking about, is contingency. What should be the plan B when a situation like this happens? Because this is not the government which is at fault here. These are private companies, but clearly most of our essential services today are tech-driven. We are dependent on big tech. We are dependent on these big tech giants to provide us the services that we need to get by with our lives. What happens when something like this occurs? What should be the approach?
So first of all, I have been in touch with many organizations who are into critical infrastructure sectors and services like hospitals and airports. And what I told their CTOs and CISOs is that you should first of all like basically turn off the automatic updates. So this was not a cyber attack, but this was kind of an update which was pushed by a company called CrowdStrike, and it affected the Windows utility. So you should basically first of all shut off any automatic updates in critical infrastructures, so that in case if Windows pushes some unstable code into your system, it doesn't get logged out. Okay, so this blue screen of death, what we call it in a technical term, and what this technical community has been calling it, is only because there was some driver which malfunctioned, and it was just being tested on the environment, and this was a huge negligence on the part of the company which pushed it, that is CrowdStrike. So you should basically shut off all the automatic updates so that your system relies on a stable version of Windows or whatever software you are using.
Okay, thank you, Mahir, for joining us with those very important details. Clearly, there's so much that we need to be equipped with to deal with these things. Thank you so much for joining us with those details. Clearly, the most important conspicuous impact of this global outage has been on airports. Indian airports have also been affected by this, with several airlines issuing statements specifically with regard to unprecedented delays when it comes to check-in processes. Ishika, my colleague, has been reporting on this since morning. Ishika, tell us, what is the situation at the Delhi airport? We did see visuals from the Bengaluru airport just a short while ago. Our colleague Pratibha did talk about the complete chaos that's happening there, passengers waiting for some sort of communication from the airlines. What is the situation at the Delhi airport?
Well, in fact, as we informed earlier also, that we are currently reporting from the T3 airport, and we did see that if we talk about the display boards, if we talk about the wait time boards, they are in fact they have been restored now, as we are currently showing you in the visuals. You can see that the wait time boards are restored. The display boards are also now restored. Now, what is also here important is that the DG Yatra services have also now been restored. We are showing you the visuals here. We did see that the time from which when we came, the DG Yatra services were not at all working, but we are currently showing you the visuals here. You can see that the DG Yatra gates are currently working, and all the passengers, all the DG Yatra, in fact, service users, all of them are able to use it now. So that certainly is a good news for the passengers here. If we talk about, the directions that were issued by the aviation minister, it was said that, extra staff should be deployed at the airport to give assistance to the passengers here, because that was also one of the points that were raised by in fact, the passengers, that they are quite confused as to what is happening and what should they do. And that is why, in fact, this was also one of the directions that were issued. And now we are showing you that, in fact, you can see that the staffs, the extra staff, also now have been deployed, who are now assisting all of these passengers who are coming here. You can see in the visuals here, we are showing you how the extra staff also now has been deployed at the airport, assisting all of these passengers to help them, in fact, so that the inconvenience can be reduced. So certainly, we are hoping that from short time from now, all these services here will be restored. Over to you.
Thank you, Ishika. Thank you, Mahir. Thank you, Ghazali, and thank you, Pratibha, for joining us from different corners of the country to bring us updates on the impact, the fallout of this global outage that has led to collapse of some very important essential systems. Let me remind our viewers that Microsoft has said that the bug has been fixed, the underlying cause has been fixed, but of course, residual impact would remain, which means that it will take about a few hours for the entire situation to become normal. We'll keep tracking that and more for you, but time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
Welcome back. UPSC has issued a notice to cancel selection of trainee IS officer Puja Khedkar, who is being investigated for lying about visual and mental disabilities and also faking her identity. In fact, a notification said Ms. Khedkar fraudulently availed attempts beyond the permissible limit, and the UPSC has initiated a series of actions against the 23-year-old probationary officer. These include Delhi Police filing charge, which include forgery under the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and IT Act. The UPSC has also sent a show-cause notice to Khedkar. Moving on, MEA has spoken on the Bangladesh situation. In fact, MEA has said, and I quote, "We have around 8,500 students in Bangladesh. The High Court will be given, the High Commissioner will be giving specific regular updates. We remain committed to all possible assistance to our people. The issue is due to internal issues of the country." That is what MEA spokesperson said today on the condition, on the situation, on the worsening situation in Bangladesh.
All our Indian nationals are safe there, and we have a large student community, as I told you, 8,500 students or thereabout. Many of them pursue medical education also in that country. So they are all safe and sound, and we are in touch. They are in touch with our High Commission, with our Assistant High Commission as well. And we are regularly keeping in touch with them to render all assistance, any assistance that they may need.
Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
watching India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi. This is a show that gets you the news and the views from the world of global politics, global economics. Let's take a look at what's making news this Friday evening. First up, Donald Trump accepts Republican nomination in the longest convention speech. In his 93-minute-long speech, Trump outlined immigration, energy, manufacturing as areas where he would begin work from day one, even as questions remain whether Joe Biden is still in the race to the Oval Office. Immigration was the overarching theme of former President Donald Trump's speech at the Republican convention. He termed illegal immigrants as illegal aliens, even as he tried to create a distinction between those and legal immigrants.
Levels that we've never seen before. It is an invasion indeed, and this administration does absolutely nothing to stop them.
China concludes its once in 5 years meeting. The plenum rubber stamps Xi Jinping's plans of moving away from property sector. The plenum commits to advancing work related to Taiwan and ousts former Foreign Minister Qin Gang from a top party body. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will present her 7th budget, the very first in the third term of Prime Minister Modi. What should be the roadmap to get India on the superpower highway? India Ascends decodes. Bangladesh on the boil as students continue to protest Sheikh Hasina's decision of imposing quota system for government jobs. 39 people are dead, even as Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has refused to meet protester demands. Global Microsoft outage has created chaos world over, from flights to supermarkets to banking operations. The outage has disrupted multiple sectors and threatens to lead to massive issues. India's IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnav says India is in touch with Microsoft and associates. Microsoft says underlying cause fixed, but impact still remains. The big story on India Ascends. Donald Trump is officially the Republican Party candidate for US elections, even as confusion continues about President Biden's candidature. There's growing clamor within the Democrat camp that Biden should make way for a more quote-unquote winnable candidate. But now Donald Trump is an interesting personality. The former president speaks his mind out, some would say even without a filter. And in his 93-minute-long speech, Trump has given a roadmap of what his presidency would look like. And I decode right here what Trump 2.0 would mean for India. First is the immigration. Trump 2.0 presidency will bring in sweeping changes to the present immigration system in America. Trump's rhetoric blurs the distinction between legal and illegal immigrants. But as president, I believe this distinction will be very important, and it's more so for India. In FY 2022, India was the second largest country of origin for green card holders, just behind Mexico. There you can see on your screens. Of the little under 10 lakh people receiving a green card that year, a little over 66, just about 66,000 were from India. And as of now, there are 1.2 million Indians that are waiting in queue to get their green cards, which are complicated due to country-specific restrictions and the low annual quotas that have been put in place. And this figure is set to rise to 2.1 million people by 2030 as per present norms. And if they get any worse, then this number would balloon even more. And I believe under the Trump presidency, the 7% per country quota could probably be revisited, and that could mean longer wait lines for Indians as far as green cards are concerned. Thirdly, illegal immigrants, the part which causes so much of political rhetoric, the part on which elections are actually won and lost in countries like America, that you can see is also an area where Indians do have a fairly large chunk. And that could face a lot of political slugfest and I believe severe action under a President Trump's presidency. Add to it the travel ban that aims to discriminate between who can and who cannot enter in America. Now, let me point that out that India does not happen to be in these countries that will be covered under the ban, but it talks about the approach towards immigration in whole as far as Trump 2.0 is concerned. Listen in to what he said in that 93-minute-long speech where all one heard was immigration, frankly.
At the heart of the Republican platform is our pledge to end this border nightmare and fully restore the sacred and sovereign borders of the United States of America, and we're going to do that on day one. The greatest invasion in history is taking place right here in our country. They are coming in from every corner of the earth, not just from South America, but from Africa, Asia, the Middle East. They're coming from everywhere. They're coming at levels that we've never seen before. It is an invasion indeed, and this administration does absolutely nothing to stop them. And you're seeing it happen all the time. That's why, to keep our families safe, the Republican platform promises to launch the largest deportation operation in the history of our country.
So the second impact for India will be on trade. Trump 2.0 will see him coming very hard on his protectionist plank that he spoke about. India's long pending free trade pact, I believe, could probably take longer to come through if Trump were in the Oval Office. He would insist that India should ensure a complete pass-through of all US manufactured goods and dismantle the tariff structure that we put in place. Now, that is a problem for India because India's domestic industry is not as advanced or as big as some of the developed countries, which means that the mechanism that we have to safeguard some of our interests of the Indian industry cannot be completely overcome and dismantled in one single day, something I believe Trump would make a case for. Now, the bilateral goods and services trade that India and US have is about $118 billion. India runs a trade surplus, which is about $36 billion. But you look at it from Trump's point of view, it means that there's a trade deficit of $36 billion. He would want to cover this up, and he would probably put in place category-specific tariffs. So I believe a lot of protection is in way for Indian industry if Trump 2.0 happens. The third thing is China. That's an area where Trump and his views match what is India's, particularly regarding security and strategic threat that Beijing poses to India, to Asia, and to the world. In fact, it was Trump who recognized the role and importance that India plays in countering China in Asia. And he was the one who renamed the US Pacific Command to Indo-Pacific Command. So there you can see that there is a meeting of minds between India and US under Trump 2.0. That's likelihood as far as dealing with China is concerned. Trump would also impose big tariffs on the Chinese goods that will be coming into America. Take a look and listen into what he said with regard to this threat.
We'll end the electric vehicle mandate on day one, thereby saving the U.S. auto industry from complete obliteration, which is happening right now, and saving U.S. customers thousands and thousands of dollars per car. And if they don't agree with us, we'll put a tariff of approximately 100 to 200% on each car, and they will be unsellable in the United States. We will not let countries come in, take our jobs, and plunder our nation. They come and do that. They plunder our nation. The way they will sell their product in America is to build it in America. Very simple. Build it in America and only in America. And this very simple formula in Congress has to go along with us, and they will.
Trump would also probably double down on the military posturing in support for Taiwan. This is again very good news for India, since we've always complained that America has not fully understood the threat that we face, Indians face, from China on our land borders. So that, I think, would be a huge plus for India. Now, speaking about Trump in general, as a businessman, Trump is instinctively transactional in his approach. And under his presidency, his first impulse will be to ask every ally, every partner, what is it that they can do for America? What is it that they can get to make America great again? That's the case for Europe, Japan, Australia. I believe India will not fall in that category. For one, India does not have a formal military partnership with America. It also enjoys warm relations with Moscow. It also is the only counter to China, as I said, in Asia, and provides American goods the access that they need, a very large growing market. So Trump would not like to topple that apple cart, and he may have to curb his instincts when he is dealing with India. And I believe that India-US relations, they have a significant momentum now, and they're going to be agnostic to who really comes as the next occupant in Oval Office. But some of India's interests will be impacted under Trump 2.0 as well, like the Chabahar port in Iran, which will be hit by fresh US sanctions come Trump in Oval Office, because he's going to go after Iran, and that is an area that India will have to protect on its own. All right, let's get in now. A prominent voice on the show, Dr. Sampath Shivangi, who was a delegate at the Republican convention in Milwaukee, speaking to us on what does this mean for India. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to me on India Sense.
Absolutely, my pleasure.
Dr. Shivangi, I want to ask you this, that Trump spoke at length about several issues, immigration, trade, China, he covered it all. How do you see Trump 2.0, if it happens, from India's point of view?
He was one of the friendliest presidents of U.S. towards India. And he visited India, just before his fourth year of his presidency. And he is very, in a sense, when he meets any Indian or Indian American, he is very fond of them. He shows interest. He likes, he says, Hinduism, and he's all for India. I think we'll have to wait and see. He hasn't spoken about India in recent months. We'll have to watch and see what he can do. But he is very aggressively against China. Even he has placards in the hall that he would work against China. China is America's biggest enemy.
Yes.
So in that one, they had balloons in the sky a year ago, and he criticized very strongly against Biden administration not holding America's interest.
Right.
So I think he'll be a tough president. I can tell you that, especially after 4 years of lapse.
Dr. Shivangi, yes.
Develop.
Besides China, what are the other issues that you feel would bring India and US partnership closer in terms of, one is meeting of minds as far as the China threat is concerned? What could be the others?
Yeah, but he's the one, actually I would say he's the architect of Indo-Pacific treaty he has with India, China, and Japan, South Korea, and the US and India. I think he will definitely, try to work that deal because he likes, I think, as I said, it was his brainchild to have this treaty. I think it will help India, especially I think it will deter China, and not only about trying to come into India, but other neighboring nations, Indonesia, Philippines, all these countries will be watching that.
Right. Dr. Shivangi, I want to ask you about the Indian community there as well. His running mate, J.D. Vance, his wife is a PIO. And you spoke also about the fact that he speaks warmly with regard to the Indian community in the US. How are they looking at Trump's candidature, and what are they expecting out of his presidency if it happens?
No, I think it is the biggest boon. Usha Chunkuri Vance, if Mr. Vance is elected, because we have another vice presidential candidate or his spouse being in the White House presidential quarters. And I think India last election was not only maybe 25-30% of Indian Americans voted for Republican Party. I think they will change because I see WhatsApp messages every day. People are not very happy about what the administration, even though Biden was very friendly with when Prime Minister Modi ji was in the U.S.
Indeed.
But I think, I think it's not the only. I was there. I attended lunch with the president, with the vice president, and Modi ji. But somehow Biden administration has not been very friendly, in spite of the best treatment they gave it to him in Modi time, because Kamala Harris was invited to come to India. It's almost 4 years. She has not shown up in India. Yes, so that is one thing. Biden, of course, he went all over the world, but not India, in spite of his interest to.
Indeed, there is an Indian voice on both sides of the ticket. Frankly, there is a Kamala Harris, and there is, of course, Usha Vance. Thank you so much, Dr. Shivangi, for speaking to me. And in fact, on that note, let's also quickly get in a Democrat voice as well. We've got a Republican voice. Let's also get in a Democrat voice. We have Raja Krishnamurthy also joining us and speaking on whether or not, who is going to stand up against Donald Trump in the US elections. Sir, let me ask you this, that the clamor around Joe Biden's candidature and the fact that he should make way is just growing. Do you believe that it's time for him to make way for somebody who has better chances against Donald Trump?
I don't know. We'll see what exactly happens. We need our strongest nominee to be opposite Donald Trump. I think that we'll find out in the next couple of weeks exactly what happens. But at this time, we just have to, pull together and make sure that we win the elections.
Indeed. But the narrative here, the perception in India is that Republicans are more pro-India. They also are going to stand up against China in a more stronger way. How do you counter that narrative, given that ties with India are important, and also the fact that the Indian diaspora there is a very sizable chunk of the electorate?
Well, I think that the issue with regard to China is so important and it needs to be approached in a bipartisan manner. And we need to work with our friends, partners, and allies, people like India, countries like India and others, to make sure that we can kind of circumscribe aggression that the Chinese Communist Party might practice with regard to technology, security, or economic issues as well.
All right, Congressman Krishnamurthy, thanks much for speaking to me. In coming days, we're going to have more of these conversations as the race to Oval Office heats up. On that note, we slip into a very short break. We come back with lots more on the other side. Stay with us.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं।
वो परफॉर्मेंस सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया रिजल्ट्स मिले।
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now,
welcome back. You're watching India Ascents, the first wide-angle story that we're taking on the show. That is Modi 3.0's first budget that will be unveiled on 23rd of July. And what I am interested in, and what I'm very sure the viewers are interested in knowing, is whether it will get India on the superpower highway or not. The budget comes at a time when the government needs to balance its coalition compulsions. It needs to boost demand. It needs to align India to global supply chains. And it needs to ensure that manufacturing ambitions of India that have been in the pipeline for decades finally take off. And let's get down to those issues. Let's understand what's needed and the India Ascents action plan. The Indian economy grew at a world-beating 8.2% last year, but that is not the pace at which Indians are spending, which means we need to give more money into the hands of Indians. In rural India, Manrega wages have to be increased. That's what the Budget Action Plan of India Ascent says. Increase it by 50%. Increase it from 267 rupees per day to 400 rupees. They will spend on everything in the rural economy, from bikes to cycles to tractors. Everything will go up, including personal consumption. On the urban Indian side, tax slabs need to be relaxed. Likewise, spends have to go up, from cars to ACs to houses. Everything will go up only when people have more money in their hands. India is a consumption economy, but that doesn't mean we don't need to boost our manufacturing sector. We've got some initial successes with the PLI scheme. We've created world-class companies, and by all parameters, those numbers are telling you on your screens. Investments, sales, jobs, exports, on all parameters, the PLI scheme has been a booster shot for manufacturing. Exports have jumped and a lot of investments have come in, but it now needs to extend to the smaller companies, MSMEs. They are the backbone of manufacturing. It doesn't sit on a handful of big corporates. It sits on those MSMEs. And that is where job-intensive sectors like leather, gems and jewelry, handicrafts, garments, all that come into play. And they need to be part of PLI 2.0 for a real game changer to happen as far as manufacturing is concerned. That's the other India Ascends action plan, which is that make PLI scheme 2.0, which extends to MSMEs and get on to some of those job-creating sectors being part of it. In this decade, Indians are set to witness the transformation of the Indian economy into a $7 trillion powerhouse by 2030. We say that, road to $7 trillion. But for that, infra investments are equally important. The government put in 11 lakh crore earlier, and they need to amp it further. Why? Because logistics are very important. Logistic costs in India is still very high. To bring that down, we need to have infrastructure investments. Here's a statistic, viewers, very important. We are still catching up on the semiconductor chain. The first chip factory that will come up at Guwahati, the Tata factory, is going to produce 28 mm of that chip, as against a 2 mm chip that Taiwan is manufacturing. Look at the journey we need to traverse. And that requires a combination of SOPs, focus, and targeted government policy. And that is how you bridge this tech gap that impacts us economically, it impacts us politically, and it needs to be closed. And I'm hoping that the revamped PLI scheme, the focus on better logistics, should be part of a plan to attract big-ticket investments. And Invest India needs to revamp further to attract those large investments like the ones we talked about in those chip factories. This budget should be a step in that direction. That's what the India Ascends action plan says. Shifting focus to the other wide-angle story that is coming from China. Xi Jinping's desperate attempts to change his image from an autocrat to a reformist. He wants to be seen to be addressing the concerns of the Chinese economy that is in deep trouble. But instead of providing a stimulus, Xi Jinping's propaganda machinery was on full swing the last couple of days to showcase that the president for life is worthy successor of Deng Xiaoping, the man who shot students at Tiananmen Square, but also opened the Chinese economy to be what it is right now. He did so in 1978. Xi Jinping wants to present the picture that he is the next in line after Deng Xiaoping. Now, Chinese politicians met to decide the future course of the economy, military, and society. And it was at one such meeting, called the Third Plenum, that Deng Xiaoping introduced those major reforms, as I said, in 1978, that opened floodgates for China. But Xi Jinping is not Deng Xiaoping. And the reason is his vision has nothing to do with taking the Chinese economy forward. It has nothing to do with making the plight of ordinary Chinese go down. In fact, Xi Jinping's fix for the economy is driven by curbing any possible challenge to his presidency, which, by the way, is for life. He has decided to move the economy away from property, since it is now a cause of social unrest, which could lead to people collectively revolting against the government's policies. 25% of the Chinese economy is tied around real estate. Almost half of the savings of people is stuck in the property market, which is seeing its worst slump in decades. And the sector is going through a crisis. Ordinary Chinese are worse off due to Xi Jinping's policies that focused on property sector for the last 10 years. But despite such acute problems, the sector was mentioned just once in the 4,000-word-long communique that came out of the Third Plenum. Instead, the entire focus has been on tech-based sectors to address the economy's deep troubles, or so the Xi Jinping propaganda machinery would want everyone to believe. But the Chinese economy's problems are far from over. They could get worse if Donald Trump and J.D. Vance win the US elections this year, because what will follow, in all probability, will be a trade war between US and China. The shift from property that Xi Jinping is trying to do is not due to a strategy, but due to the unrest that it can cause. And Chinese politicians, remember, curb anything that can become a rallying point for people. Remember, that's the only thing that Xi Jinping has learned from Deng Xiaoping. Ensure that there are no students on the streets. And without a stimulus, economic pain may grow. Xi Jinping will have no answers. And to deflect that, he is going to create more tensions on the border with India. And Taiwan and military modernization are also part of the communique. Areas that I feel will be the centerpiece of Xi Jinping's presidency as the economy falters. Inside Story segment of the show, where we talk about what's happening inside any trend. For decades, there's been a trend that millions flock to the iconic cities of Europe. That's London, Paris, Rome. But guess what? Asia Pacific is where now all tourists are making a beeline. Can India seize this opportunity? What's the trend? Take a look. Move over Italy, France, Spain. Asia Pacific is the new thing in global travel. From Bali's picturesque beaches and cruises in Vietnam to cherry blossoms in Japan. Luxury tourism is booming in Asia. This $271 billion industry in 2023 accounts for a fifth of the global luxury tourism market with an annual 9% growth rate. With Asia's tourism market thriving globally, Australia has emerged as one of the top choices for luxury tourism in recent surveys, above Japan and China, with most travelers picking their holiday destination to discover a new food or an exclusive traditional experience. By this account, India's diversity and a myriad of traditions and customs makes it an ideal candidate to be the top luxury holiday destination. India's tourism, travel and hospitality industry contributes about $178 billion, nearly 7% to the GDP. But its tourism infra is yet to keep pace with its potential. As per WEF, India ranks 39th behind Japan, China, South Korea in the Travel and Tourism Development Index. Tourism alone has the potential to reach $125 billion by 2027, up from the present $75 billion. By 2029, the sector may account for 53 million jobs. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. India is yet to fully tap the luxury travel market. Higher investment in tourism infrastructure will establish its position as a global tourism hub. India packs the breathtaking holiday destinations from the Himalayas in the north to the Sundarbans in the east to the stunning beaches of the Lakshadweep Islands and backwaters in the south. All it needs is a revamped tourism policy. 22 years of incredible India needs to now make for a new tourism policy that promotes world-class tourism infra and world-class marketing. Incredible India was launched in 2002 to showcase the many facets of India, but it's run its course. India attracted 2.3 million tourists in 2002, which increased to just 9.2 million in 2023. In contrast, China attracts now 162 million tourists in 2019. Clearly, the scope for tourism is sky high, and Incredible India hasn't kept pace with it. With that, it's a wrap on this edition of India Sense. Thanks so much for watching.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है। चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो। ये आया बात पैसाबाजार.com।
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small scale industry, to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world.
Global chaos caused by massive tech outage impacting airlines and businesses. Microsoft says the underlying cause for the glitch has been fixed, but the residual impact is continuing. Largest global outage ever. Civil Aviation Minister of India says that airports have been directed to help flyers. 90% of flights disrupted at Bengaluru Airport. IndiGo says that Bengaluru chaos will stay till the midnight. Cybersecurity experts update causes of the chaos. UPSC crackdowns against trainee IAS officer Puja Khedkar for faking her identity. UPSC has asked the Delhi Crime Branch to file an FIR against Khedkar and begins the process for cancelling her candidature. And MEAs on Bangladesh unrest says we have around 8,500 students in Bangladesh. All of them are safe. And the High Commissioner monitoring the situation. 39 people have died in the quota-related protests so far. Microsoft, in its latest statement on the major global outage, has said that it has created certainly chaos all over the world and has said that the underlying cause has been fixed, but the residual impact remains. This as major airlines across the world said that the outage has adversely affected their flight operations, including in Delhi and Mumbai. Almost 1,400 flights are cancelled, and banking and healthcare and shops affected. Cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike has said that a defect in one of its software updates has actually led to this and has clarified that there was no cyber attack. The biggest visible impact has been seen at the airports. Civil Aviation Minister of India has said on the delays and chaos that the airlines and airports using manual methods and have been directed to help flyers and ensure that they are regularly updated.
पूरे विश्व में माइक्रोसॉफ्ट की क्लाउड सर्विसेज डाउन होने के कारण सभी सेवाएं में दिक्कतें आ रही है। हमारे देश में भी हमारे एयरलाइंस सर्विसेज जो उसमें ग्राउंड ऑपरेशंस भी ब्रेक हुए हैं, लेकिन मैन्युअली अभी उस पर काम चल रहा है। डीजीसीए और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ सिविल एविएशन उसका मॉनिटरिंग कर रहे हैं। हमने सभी जो एयरलाइंस कंपनियां हैं उनको अवगत कर दिया कि आप सभी यात्रियों को इसकी सूचनाएं दें, इससे अवगत करें और हम सभी लोग डीजीसीए हो, हमारा मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ सिविल एविएशन हो, हम इस पे काम कर रहे हैं, मॉनिटरिंग कर रहे हैं।
Pratibha is joining me live from the Bengaluru airport, and that's where the major chaos is playing out. Pratibha, with the instructions coming in from the Civil Aviation Ministry here that manual functioning of, be it issuing of the tickets and all has to start, are you seeing some form of decongestion?
Well, in fact, Bengaluru airport is always reputed for being one of those airports that is always busy with many footfalls. But then today, this is the scene that you witness here at the airport. I have with me a couple who've been waiting for at least about an hour now because they have to fly to Mumbai and their flight has been cancelled. So, the ordeal that you're going through now, can you please elaborate on that?
No, it's a global crisis, so we cannot complain against anybody. Right. And we are just enjoying it, in fact.
Okay. That's one positive note that a passenger has said in all this while.
Yes. Lot of people are also suffering from this problem. Right. But nobody is to blame. And because NDTV has reported on my mobile that it's a global crisis for Australia, USA, everywhere. So we cannot complain, I guess.
What about you, ma'am? To be waiting like this must have caused a lot of pain?
No, not at all. We are Mumbaitis. We had suffered the flood and all that. So we have that experience. So we don't mind the change that is happening over here.
We Indians are always adaptable as well as resilient. But, well, the scene behind me is what will give you the right picture. Sorry, I have...
Is that the valuable time of some of them must be wasted. We are retired persons, so we don't mind. But what about the youngsters, those who are, they will have to work and offices and all that. What about them?
In fact, that is also a sentiment that has been expressed by most passengers, where they have spoken about how they need to get to different places at a particular time because of certain emergencies, be it work, be it tragedies at home, be it a function at home. In fact, all of them bag and baggage waiting here. It's almost like they are pretty much sure that this problem will not be solved for the next couple of hours. In fact, IndiGo authorities have been mentioning that the crisis, the cascading effect of it will continue until midnight. What are your thoughts?
मैम अभी फ़िलहाल तो पता नहीं है इन्होंने क्या कहा हुआ है, बट मे बी वो रिफ़ंड करने को रेडी है, बट रीशेड्यूल के लिए रेडी नहीं है. मे बी अभी तक क्लियर नहीं हुआ है.
अगर वो रिफंड कर देंगे तो आपको तसल्ली होगी?
ना क्यों तसल्ली होगी? हमें डेस्टिनेशन पे जब पहुंचना है ना, हमें डेस्टिनेशन पे पहुंचने के लिए हमें रीशेड्यूल ठीक लगेगा. तो अभी देखते हैं क्या उनके तरफ से क्या आता है क्लियरेंस.
For how many hours have you been waiting here?
Maybe almost 2 to 3 hours.
In fact, 2 to 3 hours. There are some who have been waiting for 6 hours because right since the time that I came in here, I have seen a couple of passengers who have been waiting endlessly. So if you can talk about where do you have to get to and how long have you been waiting?
We have to go to Chhattisgarh, Bilaspur. Our flight was showing this time for 5:30. We are waiting from 3 hours. Our schedule was running on time, but suddenly when we reached there, we got the message that the flight has been cancelled. So we couldn't get the proper update about, and they were not responding properly. They said that we are giving you response as soon as possible. But they said that the issue is globally, so we can't help it out, and we are looking for the better results what we can do. So till then we are waiting and.
But problems are aplenty. At least he got a message. There are some who weren't even intimated. So what are your thoughts? Were you informed earlier about the cancellation? What kind of an inconvenience are you facing?
I'm very inconvenient because when I came over here, then I came to know about this situation. My only request is to please allow us to stay the night inside the airport because they are not letting us inside the airport. And everybody is sitting here and there is not enough seating places for people over here. So my request is to let us spend the night in the airport inside itself, so that these are the facilities that you are providing us. So you should provide us at this time also. That is.
In fact, not enough facilities that have been provided to the passengers here who have been waiting for several hours. And if this continues until midnight, where would they stay? They can't go back into the city is also one of the problems that has been expressed by most passengers here. To give you a fair picture, 26 flights have been cancelled across Terminal 1 and Terminal 2. And most of them are IndiGo flights. And in Terminal 1, what we hear is that over 90% of flights have been disrupted. And this is the departure terminal that you see, where queues are running into great lengths where people are trying to see if they can talk to the IndiGo authorities as well as other airline authorities to find out if their flights could be rescheduled, if there could be alternate arrangements that could be made available to them, because there are some who are waiting for connecting flights. There are some who are waiting for direct flights that have been cancelled. So that is the dire situation that people are in at this moment, and most of them do not really know when this when the solution would be and whether it is near at all. Back to you.
Pratibha, that certainly is the beauty of, as they say, Indians. They are very, very resilient, and particularly what fascinating conversation you had with that elderly couple who said that they are perhaps comfortable even in that discomfort that they have right now at the airport. I can see Ishika joining us live from the Indira Gandhi International Airport here in New Delhi, and also Anuj. Anuj, coming to you first, what is the situation right now in Mumbai?
You see, the situation here in Mumbai across the airport is quite normal, but as you can see behind me, this is the IndiGo counter where you can see a lot of people queuing up. This is the one major flight that has been facing problems, and as you can see, a lot of people have clustered here to ask questions to the person responsible here at the IndiGo, here in the IndiGo counter. They said that there is no one to attend them inside, and when they went inside, they had no idea that their flight was going to get cancelled, and that's when they had to coming out of the airport. Took a good half an hour to 1 hour for them, following all the procedures, and now they are here completely clueless on when their next flight is. Many of these people, they are looking for other options as well, be it traveling via road, that is through bus, or through other means as well. But then all the prices have spiked up according to them just right now, and they're also stating many of these people are here for important things, right? I just met an individual who was here to get his wife operated in a hospital. So there are several patients. There are old people here who come here and then they want to go back to their families or want to go back to meet their relatives, but they are in a way stuck here. And most importantly, contrary to what was appealed by the government of India to the airports and to the airlines, that the basic facilities need to be taken care of. There needs to be a seating arrangement done for the people who will be waiting at the airport. And as you can very rightly see around me, there is no such kind of facility being put in place for these people. They are standing, and if you see here, they are sitting pretty much wherever they can find the spot. They've not been provided with food, they've not been provided with water. They're just here standing and asking questions to one person from the IndiGo who's present here and has been bombarded. Most of these people, they're not even angry, because even they told that they kind of understand that it's a global problem, as one of the individuals told Pratibha. But they're just sad that all their plans got shattered, and the IndiGo airline doesn't seem to take any responsibility for it. Their major concern was the lack of communication about it. They got to know about this issue only when they entered the airport. But the moment the issue was out in open, it's been 3 to 4 hours since these people have been waiting. But since then, also there have been no other efforts been put in place by the airlines to give some sort of clarity.
IndiGo, or what about other airlines? Is this happening across airlines?
In Mumbai here, 9 domestic flights have been cancelled, and all 9 domestic flights are the IndiGo airlines. So all the other airlines that you see here are running on time, or they're at least delayed. But then, specifically in Mumbai, the problem here, as you can see around me, the crowd is just coming at the IndiGo airport, because this is the one IndiGo counter, because this is the one airline which has kept the passengers on wait because of not just delayed but also cancelled flights.
All right, Anuj, thank you so much for joining us. A quick word now from Ishika, who's joining us from Indira Gandhi International Airport. Are the international flights on time? And are you seeing that is it largely one airline or a couple of airlines which have been impacted, or is it the aviation sector across airlines?
Well, if we talk about the impact here at the Delhi airport, especially at the T3 terminal from where we are reporting for, Well, certainly, we have seen that there are, several airlines that were delayed. They were certainly of IndiGo, they were of SpiceJet, they were of Air India. So it was certainly Pan Airline that, we did see the impact there. But if we first tell you regarding the operations here at the airport that we are currently reporting from, first of all, let me show you that the Digi Yatra services have been restored fully. You can see, in fact, the people here, the passengers here are now able to use the Digi Yatra services. In fact, let me also tell you that the display boards have also been restored, be it, in fact, the wait time display boards, or be it, the boarding pass printing operations that also have been restored here at the Delhi airport. So certainly here the action, we did see, that all of this restoration operation did happen quite quickly after the aviation minister certainly issued direction that there should be, extra staff also that should be deployed here on the ground to provide assistance to the people. There also, let me show you the visuals that we are getting from here. Because rightly after that, we did see that the extra staff from different airlines were deployed here to help the passengers in, so that their inconvenience can be reduced. We are currently even seeing the visuals here. So certainly, if we talk about the Delhi airport, the impact, the inconvenience has in fact reduced to a lot. And in fact, certainly the impact here, we are seeing that there is an improvement, a lot of improvement certainly at the Delhi airport. Over to you.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us and getting us the latest there. With that, we are slipping into a short break. After that, lots more news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport, where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. you can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the
Union Public Service Commission, that is the UPSC, has issued a notice to cancel the selection of trainee IAS officer Puja Khedkar, who was being investigated for lying about visual and mental disabilities and faking her identity, including changing the names of her parents to clear the civil services entrance examination. A notification said that Ms. Khedkar had fraudulently availed attempts beyond the permissible limits and had said that the UPSC had initiated a series of actions against the 23-year-old. These include Delhi police filing charge, which includes forgery under the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and IT Act, and the UPSC has also sent a show cause notice. Paras is joining me on the phone line. So Paras, have you been able to contact who was an IAS officer in past, Puja Khedkar, and any reaction from her?
Right. So Maria, this is a very unfortunate thing which has happened right now. Because UPSC has to issue a press note about this entire thing. It is very much unfortunate for those people who is aspiring to be an IAS and this type of people who comes to light and see what is happening right now in this whole situation. Now the former IA officer, I am saying, because now UPSC has already given a press note where they had said that the strict actions will be taken against probationary IAS officer Puja Khedkar. In this entire matter, the Union Public Servant Commission has taken a tough inquiry and had done a tough inquiry in this entire matter. And as you have asked me that if we are able to contact him or her or not, so we are not able to contact her in this entire situation because she has to also appear before the Pune police tomorrow in the case where she has alleged the Pune collector of harassing her. So basically, in this entire matter, the two summons has been already given. This is the second time that the Pune police has summoned her, and she has to go to Pune tomorrow to register her statement in this entire matter. So right now, the whole situation for Puja Khedkar is getting more and more complicated, and the trouble is mounting for her in every aspect of this case. She is going into deeper trouble.
Okay, Paras, what kind of action do you think will be initiated in Maharashtra now that the Delhi crime branch has already registered a case against her for forgery? What will be the investigation in Maharashtra?
Maria, the most important thing in morning, the state government has already filed their report, which they were inquiring from last 1 week. I'll just brief you what has happened in the report and what has been said in that report, which has been submitted to central government by state government. The reports on trainee IAS officer Puja Khedkar submitted to DOPT and the central government after a long week one investigation. The state government General Administration Department headed by Additional Chief Secretary Nitin Garade has submitted its reports on Puja Khedkar to DOPT. A copy of report has already been sent to Manoj Dwivedi, a one-member committee constituted by the central government. The report is collection of documents derived from various agencies to test the veracity of various claims made by Khedkar before joining the services. And this is very important. The election affidavit of her father, former civil servant Dilip Khedkar, stated in his net worth of rupees 40 crores, which contradicts Puja's claim that the family annual income was less than 8 lakh rupees to enable her to avail OBC quota benefits. So several actions can be taken against her, but this is all matter of investigation right now. But she may be suspended from her duties after it will be proven that she has done this all things which has been written in the report, Maria.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us, Paras. Shifting focus to another story now, and this one is coming from Madras High Court today, which ordered issuing notice to the centre over a plea by the DMK to declare ultra-virus and unconstitutional the 3 new criminal laws which have been brought in by the union government. The 3 laws, Bharatiya Nagrik Suraksha Sanhita, Bharatiya Nyay Sanhita and Bharatiya Saksham Adhiniyam have come into effect from July 1st. They have replaced the Indian Penal Code, the Criminal Procedure Code, that is the CRPC, and the Indian Evidence Act. The Ministry of External Affairs has now given some data with regards to the ongoing protests which are happening in Bangladesh. The ministry has said that in all there are 8,500 students of India in Bangladesh, and the High Commission will be regularly updating about the well-being of these students. The ministry has said that they are committed to providing all sorts of assistance to this because of the internal tensions which are playing out in Bangladesh.
All our Indian nationals are safe there, and we have a large student community, as I told you, 8,500 students or thereabout. Many of them pursue medical education also in that country. So they're all safe and sound, and we are in touch. They are in touch with our High Commission, with our Assistant High Commission as well. We are regularly keeping in touch with them to render all assistance, any assistance that they may need.
Ghazali is now joining us on the phone line. So Ghazali, can we expect the students to be brought back? Is that the kind of emergency that India is looking at?
See, travel advisory has been issued, and in that sense, emergency numbers have also been shared by the High Commission in Bangladesh, in Dhaka. But there has no such travel advisory by the Indian government which suggests that needs an evacuation. But emergency numbers have been shared to ensure that if anybody is willing to leave Bangladesh and come back to India, they can contact the High Commission in Dhaka there, and their return will be facilitated by the High Commission. But as far as those requests are concerned, the External Affairs Ministry spokesperson clarified that no such requests have been received by the embassy there, and that is why as of now nobody has been brought back from Dhaka to Delhi. But as of now the situation is quite tense over there. We saw yesterday that how the anti-quota stir has sort of spread across the country, and many Eastern organizations have also burned down the National Broadcast Office there in Dhaka. So the situation is tense, but as of now none of the Indians there who are staying in Bangladesh have requested to be brought back to Delhi.
All right, Mohammad Ghazali, thank you so much for joining us. With that, it's a wrap from me. A special budget show coming up straight from Chennai. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world.
Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest.
Hello and welcome to NDTV's special series on budget expectations. I'm Sam Daniel. We come to you from the Guindy Industrial Estate in Chennai, the first in South Asia. MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports. Tamil Nadu ranks number one in MSMEs with 16 lakh units across the state. We are joined by captains of the industry in Chennai. To my extreme right is Mr. Jaya Vijayan Dayalan, who is into casting manufacturing. To my right is Mr. Basha, who is into polyurethane coating. To my extreme left is Mr. Ganesh Pandian, who is also the president of the Industrial Estate Manufacturers Association, and he is into bulk material handling systems. And to my left is Mr. Shanmuga Velayudan, who is into electrical equipment manufacturing. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your time to share your views on what you expect in the upcoming budget. If I can begin with you, Girish, your key demand is under indirect taxes, simplifying the GST laws for MSMEs, particularly for micro industries.
Correct. To start with GST, there was a lot of taboo about GST in all these years, but now GST has been to an extent implemented all over the country. People are used to all the GST laws, but frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units who don't have a dedicated accounting system or an accounting department to comply with these type of laws. They also have to, all of them are a one-man show, a small unit with about one or two machinery factory setup. They depend on a consultant. Frequent changes in laws will have a lot of, it's still having a lot of issues at the lower spectrum of the MSME units.
Right. Reverse charge RCM.
Yeah, that's one major demand.
Yes, reverse charge mechanism should be totally abolished. So it really no benefit to the government. It only added to the burden for the manufacturing units. So it should be abolished. That's one. Another point I want to insist is that is audit. When audit is now putting for 7 years from the inception, they are putting audit.
Right.
So it should be educational audit for the first 2 years. Then it can be punitive audit. Whereas the first audit itself, they are going for a punitive audit, which makes the manufacturing units have some aversion for the GST. This should be eradicated. One third point I want to insist is the budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST. We should motivate them to bring into the GST, for which the micro industry should be motivated, give some incentive to them so that they will love to come to the GST by giving notional credit to them.
Another demand you said is to give GST credit only after payment of bills. How important is that?
Many things what happens is, especially for government supplies, they hold the 10% of the GST till 6 months or 7 months, still it's getting paid. So as a unit, they find it very difficult for the supplies. That is the main point in GST. And GST credit, see, we have one issue. When we take input credit and the supply doesn't pay, then it has to be somehow that person should be liable to pay. But in now cases, since he is not paying, the person who is taken the input without with a good faith that he would have paid is getting into a lot of issues that they have to pay penalty or they have to refund the input tax with the fine, which is really causing a pain.
So your demand is?
There should be a furthermore channelizing and simplification of this credit methodology. Another one small issue is on e-way bills. When a vehicle is going,
right,
probably from here to Bangalore or here to Pondicherry or anywhere nearby, and vehicle gets into a problem and they change the vehicle in the midnight. It happens especially in midnight, and they change the vehicle and it goes through. Then because of the number being changed, unknowing what is the real reason, because the GST inspector is not interested in understanding the problem, but the penalty for that is paid or very heavy, and it's very, very difficult for a micro and a small industry to bear that much of pain, which is a genuine problem, because in mid of night you can't expect someone to come and change the e-way bill. It is a real big problem, and this has to have some methodology to understand and sort it out, because paying 1.5 lakhs, 2 lakhs, because there are cases which small industries have paid.
Right. You have a particular demand with respect to banks when it comes to micro industries in particular. Tell us about that.
The small scale, the MSME sector is the backbone of the Indian economy, which give 45% of employment, 45% of the national growth. And mostly it gives from the MSME sector, particularly from the micro industries. We had for an export, 15 years back, export incentive, we request our finance minister, madam, to particularly for micro and small scale industries, kindly give us a export benefits incentive to us, in which our India can grow par with the China shortly. Thank you, everybody.
I would like to add on to this.
Right.
The government has come out with the Make in India scheme. So all the, not all the majority of the MSMEs are geared up towards this Make in India scheme, are moving to the next level of equipping themselves to be able to indigenize our products, basically import substitution. So our capacity is increased, which means over a period of time we can export also. But they're not all of them are looking at export markets, because some are wary of countries as to where I can export, how I'm going to export. If you see African countries, still it's a big question mark whether I'm going to export to them. So the MSME units in our country, however much you are giving them the thrust to make in India, basically import substitution of the units, they should be help them to export also. India should become the next China or be better than China, because our MSMEs are the growth engine. We should be able to export as many countries as possible. But how many units are exporting? Very less, because again there is an awareness, lack of awareness. How are you going to do it? You handhold them with the local state bodies, tell them about the different countries, the market potential of all these countries, and then sensitize of the export potential which is there.
You told me about the need to ensure that when the country gets big ticket investments, that should actually percolate down till the MSMEs, so that India can have its own brand like the Foxconn. Tell us about that.
Yes, definitely. Whenever a foreign investment is coming here, they are bringing their own ancillaries to the India. That means we don't have the opportunity to develop new products, or we cannot enlarge our existing units. So while signing with or bringing the new investment from foreign countries, it should be insisted that at least so much of percentage should be purchased from the local MSME units or indigenous MSME units. That will bring more employment and develop the nation, so that mere bringing the foreign investment in a big way along with their ancillaries is not a good sign for the country.
So many of the things are not known to the medium and small scale.
Right.
If mobile is being manufactured, it's only the segment which has a knowledge is able to do it. But there are other bigger, smaller sectors who would be interested to get in. But the hand-holding to the industry, there is a very big gap. With the things coming in, like Tata is coming up, Foxconn is coming up, it's very good for an employment level. But for a micro or small scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required, either an agency to develop or a thing which will help to boost the youngsters and the industry together to go to a different level, which is done in probably Korea, Japan, China, all these areas it's being done.
You were also talking about key man gratuity scheme as a key demand.
Yes.
What's all about?
So it is a majority of the MSME sector are running by partnership or proprietor or private limited companies. So when the key man falls in sick or the industry becomes sick, the key man's position will be worse than his own employee. The employees are insulated or protected by way of gratuity, provident fund and other things. Whereas this man will lose everything and will not get for his, he has to go for survival for his own work, for which what I suggest is the key man should be allowed to invest up to 5 to 10 lakhs whenever making profit, for which in the form of gratuity that can be allowed to withdraw only at the age of 60 or when he dies. So that this will protect the key man and his family whenever a collapse has come. So this will insulate the family of the employer. So when we are having so much of schemes for the employees, no scheme is available for the employer. So when he makes the profit, he is allowed to invest, so that the only thing is they are going to give, this will be allowable expenses as a, so that you will get small income tax exemption.
Another demand you had is incentives for ESI and EPF by the employers. How important is that and why?
So in fact, ESI scheme is a very good scheme in India. So when the worker meets with an accident or falls in sick, really government ESI scheme helps him by way of not only giving treatment and giving leave salary, everything, and they are also giving for permanent injury.
Right.
When he lost his eye or finger, he is totally insulated. So likewise, Provident Fund is also a very good scheme. So the employer should be motivated to go for the ESI EPF scheme, for which some incentive should be given to the employers. When they are giving ESI EPF, the total expense will be allowed as allowable expenses as per the Income Tax Act. So what I am suggesting is it should be 115% or 120%. When the employer pays around 1 lakh rupees as ESI EPF in a year, so he should be allowed to take 1.2 lakhs as allowable expenses as per the income tax, so that the employer will go for more, will bring more employees into the ESI and EPF.
Right. And notional credit for micro industries, that's a key demand again?
Notional credit is because, again, as I told earlier, these really micro small ones which are under the 20 lakh turnover slab, 50-60% of them are still not registered under the GST network. One, again, they'll say that we are in 20 lakh bracket, we don't have to take GST. We are not able to buy from them because we don't get input credit, so we naturally go to his competitor. Because we have to buy from a GST supplier, and then the issue is when I buy from him, he doesn't have a GST. The material, when it comes to my factory, again there is an issue while transit. So notional credit is a system where you give them a notional credit to these units which are under sub 20 lakhs and bring them into the GST fold. Just like how UPI digitized the entire people, and so many people who were not in the banking sector got into the banking sector.
Right.
These micro, small, really micro units can come into the GST fold And these micro units will not stay micro for a long period of time. They will become 30 lakh turnover, 40 lakh turnover. 20 lakh is just for a short period of time.
Right.
And then automatically they will move from 20 to 30, 30 to 40. Then they are already in the GST network.
Removing the disparity of taxes between the private companies and partnership firms, that's another major demand?
Yeah, because in income tax, the partnership companies pay around 30% and private limited pay around 25%, which is a big difference for any companies. Yeah, because private limited are essentially within the family or one person outside. So, and partnership are mainly within the family or one more person outside. So there is definitely there is a strain in the whole system. So it should be uniform, or there should be some methodology to give a difference. Yeah.
And empowerment of local banks is one key demand, especially when it comes to higher limits in terms of loans.
This country today, in the past 10 years, the engineering graduates are coming, studying in well and coming for start the industries. Most of the children from the farmers and the labor class people, their children are studying well, diploma and engineering. They don't get a job. They got to come only to start their own. Their father will have a small 1 or 2 acres land, they sell it and they start it. For those people, you must help.
He is basically saying give incentives to the first generation entrepreneurs. The father is a farmer, he wants his son to be educated in engineering unit, and this engineering graduate wants to start an industry. Yes, you incentivize him by giving him the, that's what he is basically trying.
I will add one more point, is on the CGTMSE, which is government is really, that's a very good scheme which right now we have. But the challenge is, it's only up to 20 lakhs, which is government, even the central government is generously saying that it's 2 crores to 5 crores it should be done. But the reality when it comes, banks are under tremendous pressure and they are not able to give about 20 lakhs CGTMS at all. They require a collateral.
Right.
So it's not that everybody, see right now a CNC machine if you wanted to buy, it costs around 35 to 40 lakhs. And the poor chap has experience, he comes with the experience, knowing 1 or 2 customer, thinking that the bank will give, he will bring his 20%. You work out the economics, he has to pay, invest on the small rental, thinking that he would add, he would also go above, he will also grow. But then once he goes to the bank, seeing the reality, really, these younger generations, they get demotivated because they are not able to give, they require a collateral. And when you are a starter, I'm very sure nobody comes for support. That's what normally happens. Even your own family, understanding your ups and downs, probably they don't support. So I would then definitely request, this has to be definitely looked into the system, which would definitely help a long way for the entrepreneurs to come up, because India is a very young generation country. So we need lot of entrepreneurs to come, and definitely the collateral part should be definitely taken care.
You had a specific demand in terms of empowering local banks so that they'll be able to expedite loans.
No, everything is centralized. They have formed committees at various levels. So banks are interested to bring new customers to their bank, whereas they are reluctant to patronize the existing customers for obvious reasons. So whenever an enhancement of loan is there, they will refer to the higher up some committees which is far away in Bombay or some other place, which cannot be. Unfortunately, there is a communication gap between the entrepreneur and the new committee. So if it is the existing same AGM or DGM committee is there, they will know better customer relationship. But unfortunately, this faraway place, they are not knowing the customer, they are not knowing the relationship. Even after 40 years, 50 years relationship, they are simply raising queries, which makes they are going away from nationalized bank to the private banks.
Right. You wanted a kind of an amnesty for defaulters when it comes to registration of companies.
Yeah, government came up with ROC, restart scheme in 2020. But by the time it came, there was a challenge as courts were closed, so many of the DINs were not upgraded. So they have to necessarily go to the court, but because of COVID, courts were not working. So it got postponed. And I know for small issues, now these ROCs for small scale industries, for the name of private limited, they've opened and now they are suffering. They are interested to open it again and run.
Right.
But because of the penalties and fines, they are not able to revive. I am very sure thanks to the government because on GST, government got a very good amnesty scheme and many small scale and micro scale companies closed and restarted. Really a wonderful scheme.
Right.
If a same restart scheme can come in 2024, completely wiping out the penalties and this just paying the existing taxes, I mean whatever his penalty is, then I'm very sure many companies would definitely thank the entire system because they are restarting and a lot of people will get benefited.
Right.
I'm very sure it will be a great start for a small scale industries.
So added to this point, compliance in private limited is a little bit difficult than maintaining the partnership firm.
Right.
So people are reluctant to go to whereas a small private limited company cannot have a full-time secretary. He has to depend only on a part-time secretary. So whenever a part-time secretary fails, it affects the unit.
The entire system, exactly.
Entire
Correct,
system.
Sir. Correct, sir.
So that has happened in many of the units.
Many of the units, very right.
Right. Krish, you were talking about the need for import substitution when it comes to MSMEs and particularly what you called as non-tax barriers to help local MSMEs develop technology like farming equipment. Tell me about that.
If you see, India is, how much ever we talk about manufacturing to be improved, we are still an agrarian community. Majority of our revenue comes from agriculture market. 47% of the agricultural equipments are imported from China. How much ever we try and say that Make India scheme has to be there. There are very good companies who are manufacturing the similar products or equipments in India. But when you look at the market is flooded with Chinese imports of the similar agri implements. These implements, when it is bought by the trader and sold in the market to the farmers, these farmers apply for a subsidy. And so these Chinese products are getting subsidy indirectly. Vis-a-vis, you're pitted against an Indian manufacturer who struggled all these years. So he is at a disadvantage. The Indian subsidy system is going to a Chinese company. So there again, said you should incentivize the agri implement manufacturers of India and bring in more import tariffs for companies who are importing these products from Chinese companies.
Right.
So in China, some of the products are subsidized or production cost is reduced artificially, by which they are selling at a lower price than the Indian production cost. That means they are killing the local MSME sector. So Indian government should be alert that wherever we are having sufficient production capacity is there. So before going import, allowing them import, or they should increase the tariff, or they should put some artificial barrier. Otherwise, the local MSME will be in trouble, particularly manufacturing agriculture implements.
If you see all the big ticket investments we are talking about, similar clauses there for defense. A Scorpion submarine, if I have to place an order, of the government of India places an order with the French government, the clause states that 70-80% has to be made in India.
Right.
Only then we will give you that order. The order is like so many billions. It's a Mirage deal, or whatever it is. All these deals of indigenous manufacturing is strictly mentioned in defense deals.
Right.
These automobile companies, when they come to India, that clause is not there. So they bring in their ancillary units.
Right.
These agricultural implement companies are small companies. They are not big ticket investments to attract the attention of the government. So the tariff is not there. They are coming here. Again, you are at a disadvantage when compared to different industry segment. Whereas on the other side, you say make in India, make in India, make in India for all the MSME units.
And one more thing is, some of the products manufactured in other countries, they will bring to the most favored nation. So India has signed with some of the countries like Nepal, other things. We are signed as a most favored nation.
Right.
These products are bring to the most favored nation and bring it here with lesser tariff. That means they are artificially killing our local MSMEs. So this should be scrupulously scrutinized and this should be protected by MSME sectors should be protected.
Lastly, no long retrospective GST audit. That's the key demand.
First 2 years should be educative audit. But now there are systems where the enforcement team or the audit team has been sent to units for retrospective audit of the units from 2017 when GST was implemented. Now we are already 7 years down the line. 3 years is fine. In between 2 years there was Corona. So the units have struggled in all these years and we are recovering from all kinds of pandemic and issues. Now, because of the central government's initiative, we have come out now. We have come out and we are growing strong. Industry is doing very well. Manufacturing is picked up. But these kind of issues which pull us down by way of retrospective audit will slow the momentum of growth for the country.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your time. And MSMEs are the growth engines of the country, and key demands under direct taxes, indirect taxes, banking and infrastructure. Hope the Finance Minister is watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
ਉਹਦੀ performance ਸਹੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small scale industry,
this is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
We are tracking that largest and also latest global IT outage. Tech chaos has triggered airport chaos in Bengaluru. The issue is likely to continue till midnight. Civil Aviation Minister has said airports have to help flyers. Global chaos caused by massive tech outage impacting airlines and businesses. Microsoft says the underlying cause for the glitch has been fixed, but the residual impact is continuing. UPSC crackdown against trainee IAS officer Puja Khedkar for faking her identity. UPSC to file case against FIR against Ms. Khedkar. In fact, it has already begun the process for cancelling her candidature. MEA has responded on the Bangladesh unrest. It has said that India has around 8,500 students in Bangladesh and all of them are safe. The High Commissioner is monitoring the situation. 39 people have died in quota-related protests in Bangladesh. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. A technical snag in Microsoft systems today led to the breakdown of processes in many airports, hospitals, supermarkets, even stock exchanges across the world. Now, this is being seen as the biggest technical outage that the world has seen in recent times. It was in many ways a day that reminded us of our increasing dependence on tech for very critical services and the need to build systems that can handle such snags and also have plan Bs, contingencies, faster workarounds for the future. In India, the outage caused widespread disruptions in flight operations, payment systems and trading, amongst other services. Flight delays were reported across airports, leading to long queues. In fact, the outage affected booking and check-in services for several airlines, including IndiGo, Akasa Airlines and also SpiceJet. India's IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnav has responded to the global Microsoft outage, saying MeitY is continuously in touch with Microsoft, which in turn is actively working with the impacted entities. He has said, and I quote, "In addition, CERT-IN is coordinating with CISOs of critical infrastructure entities. All impacted entities are working to bring up their systems. In many cases, systems are partially up." This is what the IT Minister has posted just a short while ago. CISOs in his tweet stand for Chief Security Officers. In fact, passengers in many airports were left stranded or receiving handwritten boarding passes. Banks in India, unfortunately, have said that they remain largely unaffected, but some hospitals in many cities did report unprecedented delays in catering to patients with their own systems collapsing. This, of course, is a global situation as several international airlines remain grounded and even London Stock Exchange
faced serious service disruptions. Details are emerging and the full impact of the outage is not known yet. Microsoft has clarified that the underlying issue has been fixed, but some residual impact continues. The most visible fallout was, of course, on airports, and we'll get you voices from across the country. If you are one of the affected people, do call us on the numbers that are flashing on your screens. Komal from Bengaluru joins us. Thank you, Komal, for calling NDTV. Tell us, what was your experience today? Were you also one of the aggrieved people due to this Microsoft outage?
Hi, ma'am. Hello. So, what issue I am facing is I have to travel Bangalore to Patna, but I have booked my flight on IndiGo, but I am not able to contact IndiGo. Like, when is my flight? Like, it will be. Flight will be there or not. Actually, my flight timing is tomorrow morning 5 a.m. But I am not getting any communication between to the IndiGo. So I am very confused in what to do.
Right. Komal, did IndiGo, did the airlines respond to you in any measure? Have they said anything to you? And did you know about, the unprecedented delay that you would have to face? Was there any kind of alerts that were sent to you by the airlines?
No, ma'am. I didn't get anything.
Okay.
No updates, no text, no messages.
Okay, thank you, Komal, for speaking to NDTV and also sharing your experiences. We also have Swaminathan Iyer from Thane joining us. Mr. Iyer, thank you so much for for calling us on this broadcast. Tell us, what was your experience like?
Well, I just wanted to know, hello?
Yes, sir. Please go on.
I just wanted to know whether the Microsoft global outage affects the flight operations as such. Because we have been talking about boarding difficulties. But what about the flight operations, particularly the conversation with the control tower and exchange of data with the control tower? That is question number one. Okay. Question number two is, how has the trading platform managed this particular period where it was all in a big mess?
Okay. That's a very important question, Mr. Iyer. I promise I'll take this question to our expert who joins us in a few minutes from now. Also, is there anything else that you would want to share with us? Because clearly today was a reminder that we are excessively dependent on tech, but at the same time, probably we are not really equipped to handle snacks like this.
In case of such difficulties.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Swaminathan Iyer, for speaking to NDTV. Let's also get you some voices from the airports, which is where the most visible impact of this outage was. Pratibha joins us from the Bengaluru airport, and Ghazali joins us from Delhi airport. To you first, Pratibha, tell us, you were the one who reported that, in fact, for things to get normal, it could actually it could actually take a few more hours. In fact, you were saying that, it could take up till midnight for things to become normal. Is there any change in that situation? We did see those chaotic situations, courtesy your camera, and you're reporting at the Bangalore airport. What is the situation right now?
Well, there seems to be no end to the chaos here at Bengaluru airport. In fact, there were longer queues there. Like you mentioned, perhaps they are trying to assuage these passengers. Number one. Number two is most passengers have gone on to halt for the night and come back with rescheduled flights. And most of them have been complaining about how the rescheduled flights are extremely expensive if they have to rebook it, and they'll have to wait for the airlines to do something about it. A lot of inconvenience that has been caused because most of them have been provided refund but not rescheduling of flights. Some of the passengers who came to me were telling me that they need to get to their destinations on time. Either there is a tragedy in the family, or there is an emergency in the family, or they have to get to a work meeting tomorrow. These are some of the factors that have been put forth that has caused a lot of frustrations, any kind of inconvenience that has been caused.
Flight to Bombay today and it's got cancelled, so it might be rescheduled tomorrow. So we're just waiting for the confirmation, but right now they're not giving it. They might give it late night on. They have told to check on site. So if at all the site is up, then only we'll be able to get the confirmation. So we'll be waiting. Now we are checking in a hotel, and then we'll come out tomorrow morning or so.
Right. Okay. And most of them also seem to be complaining about how the hotel charges have increased in and around this area called Devanahalli, where the Bengaluru airport is lodged, and that is where you see a lot of hotels there. People aren't able to get bookings. Some of them were also complaining that there is a five-star restaurant in the premises that costs around 5,000 to 8,000 per night, and now the charges have increased to around 26,000 rupees. And you can see the scene here. All of them are sitting on chairs with bag and baggage here, trying to see when their flight will be rescheduled. And while the flight operations manager has been mentioning that it will take until midnight for things to get back to normal, there are some who say that 26 flights have been cancelled, over 90% belonging to IndiGo, Terminal 1 and Terminal 2 witnessing similar scenes. Let me see if I can go across to another passenger. So the kind of inconvenience that is caused to you, and you seem to be lodging yourself right on the Terminal 1.
बोलो नहीं वो तो
कितना तकलीफ हो रही है आपको?
तकलीफ तो बहुत हो रही है हाँ कि कुछ मैसेज भी नहीं था इंडिगो की तरफ से कि फ़्लाइट कैंसिल हुआ है कुछ भी, और अभी ये बारिश की सीज़न के हिसाब से भी बहुत दिक्कत हुआ है। अभी मेरा होटल भी चेकआउट हो गया है, अभी कैसे पहुँचेंगे क्या है, अभी कुछ अभी अपडेट नहीं है।
आपको कहाँ पहुँचना है?
अभी हम 15 दिन से बाहर है, 15 दिन से अभी हम घर जाने के लिए वेटिंग कर रहे हैं, और 15 दिन से हम पूरा साउथ का टूर करके पूरा करके अभी आए। अभी हमको रिसेंटली मालूम हुआ कि हमारा फ्लाइट कैंसिल है। अभी इधर आके हमने इंक्वायरी किया इंडिगो में, तो बोले पूरा सर्वर डाउन है, तो अभी कुछ भी नहीं कर सकते, तो आपको पूरा नाइट रुकना पड़ेगा। तो पूरा नाइट रुक के भी अभी उसका तो सर्वर कब चालू होगा हमको क्या पता चलेगा। तो अब कब तक उसका सर्वर चालू होगा, कब हमारा फ्लाइट रन करेगा। वो बोले कोई फ्लाइट अभी आ भी नहीं रहा है और जा भी नहीं रहा है, तो अब कोई आएगा नहीं जाएगा तो अभी कहाँ हम जाएंगे, हमको तो यहीं वेट करना पड़ेगा और क्या करेंगे।
So Terminal 1 seems to be their home for tonight, and that is the only solution that the flight authorities can offer. Food as well as water, they need to cater for themselves, and that is precisely why they have been extremely frustrated, not just with respect to the flight operations being disrupted, but also with the kind of service that has been provided to them. And that has been one of the major cause of concerns here. A lot of people who are stranded, not just at Terminal 1 but also Terminal 2. In fact, Bengaluru Airport has always had the reputation of having the maximum footfall and being one of the most valued airports. And this time around, this is a completely contrasting picture that you see at Terminal 1 of Bengaluru Airport.
Right. Thank you, Pratibha, for getting us those excellent voices. To you, Ghazali. Now, Ghazali is reporting from the Delhi airport. Ghazali, you heard what people had to tell Pratibha. Koi bhi message nahi aaya. That seems to be this one, common refrain amongst all passengers. So clearly, airlines have not been able to communicate the reasons for this delay, and also they've not been able to give a clear picture to passengers on why this unprecedented delay is taking place and when this could end. Tell us what is happening at the Delhi airport since morning. Our colleagues have also been reporting on how display boards also were disrupted. What kind of disruptions do you see now? Do you see the situation improving slightly?
Vasudha, the situation has improved, and I'll show you what was the impact since morning. So on my right, this is the machine or the kiosk through which you get the boarding pass. This was not functioning in the morning. This was not operational. The outage impact was on this machine. So a lot of people who come early and thinking that they can get their boarding pass hours before their flight, they were not able to get that. The second big impact was this display machine through which I'll ask my video journalist Puja to show this, and you can see this entire display list of the airlines, their departure, their arrival, whether they've been cancelled or not. This board was not functional or operational in the morning, but it is now operational, and perhaps things are getting back to normal here, though the crowd is still there, and many people who waited since morning to get exact information were harried a lot, and they said that perhaps clear information was not intimated either by the airlines or by the airport authorities. But after the union minister's statement that perhaps more employees, more officials will be deployed here at the airport, we can see at every gate additional employees have been deployed to ensure a smooth transition, or say the smooth entry of the passengers into the terminal or inside the terminal. And through these visuals you can see that now people are getting in, everything is being done electronically, or by the machine. But earlier we saw the visuals at how people were getting the boarding pass with manual execution of that. But now things seem to be back on track. Despite all that outage of the Microsoft, of what we saw that desktop and laptops are not working with the Windows operating system, things appear to be getting back on track, though the crowd keeps getting, or the number of passengers keep swelling here by every minute. But it was much worse since morning, once the outage was reported and once the systems were not working. So now perhaps things are back to normal. The electronic systems, the computer systems, the boarding pass kiosk, everything is working fine now, and that is why you can see that even people who are getting into the terminal now, who are going to get their boarding pass, they are making entry, though this is the number, the huge number of passengers are obviously here at Terminal 3, but since morning there were multiple flights which were cancelled as well, and this with this display board not working back then in early hours of the morning, perhaps that is why the passengers were not getting the accurate information, and they were getting onto the social media. Some of the passengers who were there since morning we spoke to, they confirmed that they were getting updates from the social media handle of the airlines as well as from the Delhi airport.
Right. Thank you, Ghazali, for those crucial details, and thank you, Pratibha, for joining us. Mohammad Ghazali also reporting some good news that situation seems to be changing. Situation seems to be improving now. Passengers are getting inside the Delhi airport, but clearly there is a lot of distress and uncertainty because flights have been cancelled. Flights had to be redirected also. Also joining us now is Kanish Gaur, CEO of Deep Tech Startup. Thank you so much, Mr. Gaur, for speaking to NDTV. One thing that experts have talked about all through today is technology resilience that prepares organizations to overcome challenges like what we saw today. You know, every time your technology stack is compromised, your servers get compromised, there needs to be a plan B. There needs to be something that possibly helps you recover faster in case of such urgencies, specifically when it deals with travel or essential services like health. How important is it to have safeguards against such snags, or is it even realistically possible? Because this happened with one third-party application that's associated with Microsoft. Do you think it's even possible for us to put all those tools in place?
See, it's very difficult to build up information systems which could be completely safeguarded. This happened in case of CrowdStrike having a Falcon sensor which became unresponsive on Microsoft systems. So all the systems where CrowdStrike was deployed stopped functioning, and their CEO came out and spoke about this disruption, and they were looking to resolve it. So most of the systems which were there on Microsoft stopped responding to it. What is required today is building a manual backup system in case major systems get impacted or there is a cyber attack. So how can you use manual techniques? Like today, it was the first time boarding passes were being issued manually. But do we have a process defined for it, for critical infrastructure? I don't think so that exists in India. That's why hospitals, airports, airlines, everyone was suffering. So it's very important that you build up a manual method when there is a kill switch. I will call it a kill switch because in case cyber attack happens or any kind of disruption happens, then there is a manual method of creating the processes to run. And this has to be planned with the National Disaster Management Authority in India, identifying what are the critical sectors. If they get impacted because of any kind of such scenario, how we can switch to other methods. Right. And there is obviously dependence on OEMs like CrowdStrike and like Microsoft, but definitely we will have to build out processes. Hence, invoking business continuity, which would have been done by CrowdStrike or by Microsoft. What is the business continuity operations we have set up for India to continue working to ensure that the GDP of the country doesn't get impacted? Okay. The businesses don't shut down. So I think that is something which is missing right now.
Mr. Garg, thank you so much for that understanding. Please stay with us. We'll ask you more questions. But first, let's also bring you more voices from the airports as to how people have been affected all through today.
Flight to Goa, and apparently it's been cancelled. But IndiGo did not inform us by text or email at all. We've not received any form of intimation that the flight has been cancelled. Upon reaching here on trying to get into the airport, was told by the CISFS officials that the flight has been cancelled and that we need to go meet with the IndiGo team over there. And IndiGo has made no arrangements whatsoever. So they're saying that they have a pan-India system outage at the moment. And that is also why they were not able to send out any information through either SMS or an email. So I'm not really sure what the alternate arrangements are.
They have not sent any sort of a message that flight got cancelled, and we just saw that the flight got cancelled, and we talked to them. They said that, okay, the flight would be like a tomorrow, and then I told them that this is not possible because I do have like a connecting flight from like a Nagpur to like a US. I came over here for like a visa. My wife was appearing for visa.
There was no prior information, and I am aware there is a global Microsoft outage due to which a lot of systems are impacted and affected. Even we are affected officially. So I thought I will reach airport early, and I have done check-in through DigiYatra. I came here and I came to know now that the flight is cancelled and they don't have a solution.
Going back to Mohammad Ghazali, who is at the Delhi airport reporting from there. Ghazali, more voices from the ground say that there is absolutely no communication from the airlines on the unprecedented delay that most of them seem to be facing. You reported that the situation is changing slightly. It is becoming better. Tell us what kind of approach do airlines and also airports have in this regard, because there has been a strict statement from the Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu asking airlines and airports to be deeply considerate, compassionate about needs of the passengers, and also send them out regular alerts on when when their flights could take off, and also when the situation could normalize.
See, in such situations, Vasudha, we had seen just last month that how after the airport roof collapse on Terminal 1, the same kind of assurances were given that passengers would be informed about it. And back then, the private airlines as well as the airport officials had come out on the street, identifying the probable passengers and escorting them, giving them bus services, taking them to the hotels. But in this particular situation, when there was uncertainty that by when the system will be restored, perhaps that is why there was a lot of chaos. And not just at Terminal 3 from where we are reporting, but for the domestic airways on Terminal 1 and Terminal 2, perhaps there was more chaos because people over there were clueless about that what and when situation will perhaps improve. And back then, till the minister spoke, there was no such alertness from the airlines or from the airport officials to sort of display the information, because all these display boards were not operational then. It had also got the heat of the outage. The outage impacted the operations of these display boards, and that is why there were far more confusion, say 5 to 6 hours ago, once the outage impact was noticed on this airport and at different airports in India. So till then, after the minister spoke and gave a soundbite to the media, and perhaps the instructions were issued that the airport officials as well as the airline officials deployed their additional men. They are also sending out alerts through SMS. They are sharing information on the social media, but individually tracking or ensuring that every information is disseminated to the probable passengers, to the passengers who are waiting or those who have got their flights cancelled is still kind of a challenging task for them, because passengers did say that the flights were cancelled and they were not informed immediately. So banking operations were not impacted, but the operations here at the airport were certainly impacted, and passengers were not relayed the information in time, and that is why the passengers at Terminal 2, the ones who were boarding the domestic flights, had a lot of hassles here. Right now the situation seems to be quite better than what we were reporting earlier in the morning when our colleague Ishika was reporting from here, because this kiosk, this display boards, and even the entry was being done manually. So that all has been sorted by now, and passengers are coming in. I'll just show you through visuals. We should learn from visuals at how there was a huge gathering just a short while back when you came to me, and now you can see that the passengers are moving in smoothly. The entry is happening over there. The security guards are using the machines. The passengers are using this kiosk to get the boarding passes, and this was all not working 4 to 5 hours ago, and that is when there was utter chaos, and the airline and the airport officials had no clue that despite alerting the passengers about the possible cancellation of flights or how to give them the updates, because most of the passengers were also going to on the social media to check the updates, but even the airport officials were not aware that by when the system would be restored. And this is not just the not just the airport, even in the hospitals where we were reporting that perhaps the system has been restored, the systems has not been restored, but partially the things are being done manually, and some systems in a particular organization, some systems have been impacted by the outage, some are working properly, but at the airports it was complete kind of collapse of the system after the Microsoft software outage.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ghazali. We'll keep coming back to you. It's a long night for you there at the Delhi airport. Pratibha, back to you. There are some very important details that Ghazali pointed out, handwritten boarding passes and how systems came collapsing. And now, every system has started working. But of course, there is going to be a lot of time before things become normal again. What is happening in Bengaluru? Because, we saw a lot of chaos around 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. Today again, the visuals say that there are people, hundreds of people waiting at the airports to get inside. At least in Delhi, people have started going inside. So clearly, what is the situation there?
Well, I wish I could actually present a similar scene like that, but unfortunately here, yes, the systems did collapse a couple of hours ago, and things seem to be status quo as far as Bengaluru airport is concerned. Now, if you think that the queues have not really run into greater lengths like what was witnessed before, that's mainly because most of them are either looking at alternate arrangements or have been given refunds or are looking to halt for the night in any of the nearby hotels and come back tomorrow again. Some of them have been complaining about how they want to rebook their flights, but then rebooking turns out to be extremely expensive. Some of them also complained that when they wanted to stay at a nearby hotel, most of the hotels had also, there was a surge in price when it came to hotel stays as well. So one can imagine the kind of frustration and the inconvenience that this disruption has caused. And well, all of them have gathered here, plonking themselves at Terminal 1 because they have nowhere to go, and the entire night is going to be spent at Terminal 1. क्या आप बता सकते हैं कि आपको कितनी परेशानी हुई है?
परेशानी तो आप देख सकते होंगे, करीब करीब मेरे ख्याल से 4-5 घंटे से हम यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, अभी तक तो कोई अपडेट नहीं है। अभी रीशेड्यूल पे अभी बात चल रही है, देखते हैं क्या आगे वो बताते हैं, अदरवाइज तो हमें होटल करके अभी आज के दिन स्टे करना होगा मे बी।
Right. Well, that is the kind of inconvenience that has been already explained by most of the passengers here. We'll have to wait to see whether operations would resume. What has been promised by the authorities here is that it will take until midnight because of the cascading effect of the global outage. Back to you.
Thank you, Pratibha, for getting us the situation there, and also thank you, Ghazali. Long night for both of you there, and we'll keep tracking all those details. The center taking cognizance of the cyber outage has stated that it is in discussions with Microsoft to resolve the issue. Both Microsoft and CrowdStrike have ruled out claims of cyber attack and said that this outage took place due to some recent update received in the product. But what is important, however, is when on one hand we speak about how AI is transforming industries all over the globe, it's also important to boost existing systems, particularly those running our essential services such as travel and health with adequate security. That is probably the biggest takeaway from today's episode. The biggest global outage in recent times. We with our reporters are bringing the best alerts from the ground, from airports across the country. Thank you for watching NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Ashwini Vaishnav, MeitY is continuously in touch with Microsoft, which in turn is actively working with impacted entities. In addition, CERT-In is coordinating with CISOs of critical infrastructure entities. All impacted entities are working to bring up their systems. In many cases, systems are partially up.
Co-powered. Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small-scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
वो performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
The countdown to the big B-Day or the Union Budget presentation by the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is right around the corner on 23rd July. So here we are with the Urban Agenda special on the upcoming Union Budget and how we can make your dream home more within your reach and make our cities collectively more livable. I'm Anisha Natarajan, and joining me for this special discussion are Anuj Puri, Chairman and Founder of Anarok Property Consultants Private Limited. Also with us, Sanjay Dutt, MD and CEO of Tata Realty and Infrastructure Limited. All right, before I go on to the discussion, here are some quick points on the announcements that were made in the interim budget that gave us a sense of the NDA government's focus on boosting real estate and urban infrastructure in particular. There was a large allocation of 11.11 lakh crore rupees for infrastructure capital expenditure in FY25, which was perhaps the most celebrated announcement across sectors, industry, economists and experts. Adoption of e-buses and promotion of electric buses for public transport networks to reduce urban pollution and promote sustainable mobility was another area of focus in the interim budget. The interim budget also committed to strengthening India's e-vehicle ecosystem by providing support for manufacturing as well as charging infrastructure. So that's another key point, and we will hear something about it, I'm sure, again. Expansion of existing airports and developments of new regional airports under Udan scheme was outlined, though the budgetary allocations for both was reduced in the interim budget. Let's see if that changes. Promotion of urban transformation through metro rail projects and Namo Bharat initiatives were reiterated. It's noteworthy that in 2014, we had 240 kilometers of metro rail operational in 5 cities of India. But by 2024, we have about 945 kilometers of metro rail lines that are operational across 21 cities, and another 919 kilometers are under construction in 26 cities. The interim budget in February 2024 also outlined its commitment to affordable housing. And in the very first cabinet meet after the formation of NDA 3.0, the government announced an additional outlay for another 1 crore homes under PMAY Urban. So with that note, Anuj Puri, connectivity, mobility, airports and affordable housing, all of these have a big impact on the livability of a city as well. So let's start with your overall expectations from this year's budget to keep the economy strong and the sector strong.
First of all, thank you, Manisha, for having Sanjay and me. It's always a pleasure to be on your show. Not only that the infrastructure has been, the outlay has been large, but in actual implementation also, you can see physically infrastructure coming in. If you were to talk about real estate, Manisha, hopefully 2024 calendar year will be the best ever year that we would have seen for residential sales. And even for commercial leasing, and Sanjay may talk about that a bit more, but it's a big, bold statement that I'm saying is that it'll be the best ever year that we would have seen on both these sectors, residential and commercial. Yet, to answer your question, dil mange more, So, can there be things that can be done? I would say is maybe 3 or 4 points that can be done. And these are all genuine asks. First is, Manisha, is that the, tax rebate that has been there for, sort of 2 lakh rupees for a very, very long time under Section 24 of the Income Tax Act. I think that does need to be relooked at, and I'm hoping that this budget, that gets addressed. The second is, Manisha, a very nice thing what, the government had bought in pre-COVID called a Swami Fund, which was the stalled projects, largely in NCR and in many tier 2, tier 3 towns. These were funded by the government-sponsored real estate fund for completion, has been super effective. I mean, it's amongst one of the, really positive schemes that have been implemented really well. I do feel is that that funds needs more capital, maybe another 40,000-50,000 crores to be able to complete those stalled projects, because we've seen the way that it has positively impacted the confidence of the buyer and the homeowners who had not got those projects, they've been able to get it.
Correct.
The third one, again, to your point, Manisha, I do feel is somewhere, whilst PMAY has done very well and there is an additional allocation that has been given by the government, I do feel the private sector has been a laggard on the affordable housing. And pre-COVID, there was about 38% of the overall sales which used to be on affordable housing. That's come down to 20% in Q1 of this financial year. So really, how do you boost that? And that's where, 3 or 4 asks will be to boost affordable housing supply, from the private sector. And maybe as we go through the show, I will sort of enumerate those 3 or 4.
We'll come back because that's the area of a deeper discussion on how do we boost that affordable housing. But yes, you've really outlined it well. So Sanjay, here's what I'm going to come. Yes, dil mange more, but the finance minister and all the experts are going to say housing sales are doing extremely well. Why are we going to tinker? Economy is clocking 8% plus growth. Fiscal deficits are well within targets. Tax collections are strong. If I look at all of these things, do I really need to increase the home loan rebates from 2 lakh to 5 lakh? Do I really need to make any big shifts? What would your answer be?
My answer would be very clear, Manisha, that this is a big yes. And the reason is, Anuj and all of us know property is a cyclical business. And it's linked to a cycle when you see demand surge and supply follows. At some stage, it's not sustainable. And to sustain that growth, you need to ensure that you take certain steps today so that 3 years from now and 4 years from now, we don't suffer. So the key point is that how can you make this sustainable? I think one good news, Manisha, is for the first time in last 30 years of my professional journey, I've seen manufacturing sector coming in beside the services. And this is a big plus for tier 2, tier 3 and rural areas of the country. So we are not discussing those top metros in 14 cities. We're discussing 70, 80 cities or districts which are now progressing. And if that can continue, that would be a big boost to the sector. I think for affordable homes, I want to be very direct. I think they should make 2 lakh rupees exemption per annum to 5 lakh rupees straight away. Third, the affordable definition should move to 1 crore rupees, especially in the metro cities, because they all are law-abiding, tax-paying citizens of this country who are struggling to own home. And on the other side, even if we want to rent these properties, we are taxed. So that's another area, in my opinion. And the big ask for me is, and the word and an expression that I'm using very boldly today on the call, is unshackled real estate. And when I say unshackled real estate, is you please do not charge this sector beyond 45% tax. So from land acquisition to construction and steel and cement tax, to basically, GST on JV and JDAs, all the way to the buyer of a home, the tax and the property taxes that eventually that we pay as developer during the development. If you exceed the tax beyond 50%, the developers will not be profitable. The developments will not be profitable. The banks will be under stress. And then we will need more money for Swami Fund to, give them the last mile funding.
All right. So let's now talk about affordability, which is the missing puzzle in India's home boom right now. So Anuj, I'm going to come back to you. So you said yes, just to explain to our audience, the reason why 2 lakhs to 5 lakh interest exemption makes a lot of sense on home loans is because it suddenly adds to the affordability, right? But go ahead and take it forward from here on what are the other 3-4 things which can be done for the home buyer and then for the developer to actually increase the supply of affordable homes. We'll break it down in 2 parts.
So I'll take it forward from where Sanjay left, Manisha. The first one is the definition of affordable housing itself.
I myself am uncomfortable with that 1 crore definition. If you look at what India earns, right, the middle income family earns, 1 crore is not a home that they will be able to afford. It might be your ask, but here's my request to both of you. Let's try and limit it to 75 lakhs and say, how do we increase the supply of 25 to 75 lakh homes? Here's the price target that I've given you, Anuj and Sanjay. Anuj?
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. I mean, we can do 75 lakhs, but, Manisha, 45 lakhs is today where the limit is. I mean, a city like Mumbai, to get 45 lakh rupee home is going to be a, challenge. Can it be done? I think as the infrastructure continues to get laid and larger land parcels get connected with the main city, it can be done. But today it may be tough to do 45 lakhs.
Maybe we can have a separate definition for Mumbai. But then to have a blanket 75 lakhs, I don't think is a fair ask.
And I don't think Sanjay is saying that either. I think Sanjay is also saying is that, do it city-wise, have a criteria that some of the cities which do demand that kind of, value, you will have to increase the value and you can't have, sort of one brush paint all. At this moment in time, that is what is happening. So maybe, that 45 lakh needs to go to 60 or 75 lakhs, or for, a city like Mumbai, even touch 90 lakh 1 crore or limited to 75. But 45 lakhs is, to my mind, what is restricting. And that's why if you look at it, the data that we are producing actually is incorrect in a way, Manisha, that it is getting out of the affordable housing definition, yet the buyer is actually an affordable housing buyer. Because in 45 lakhs, that buyer is not getting anything. As a result of which we are saying is that he is not buying or she is not buying affordable housing. The moment you increase this definition from 45 lakhs to 75 lakhs, you will see the percentage, which was, as I said, is, before COVID in 2019.
Should we not change the definition to mid-income housing and have a separate one for affordable? Like under the CLSS scheme, Anuj, you do have a mid-income housing. So now, because, luxury now encompasses everything above 1 crore, then there is a premium category which encompasses everything above 45 lakhs to 1 crore, right? But there is no middle income. And actually what all 3 of us are talking about is a mid-income house for a mid-income family, correct?
Yes. You are absolutely spot on, Manisha. It is the mid-income maybe the PMAY does the more affordable housing, and, we are wanting to address, the buyer who is in that 45 lakhs to 75 lakh rupee category. So that is where, that's the first thing that I'm saying is, second is you will need to bring in tax incentives for the developers under 80 IB, because, they are today not incentivized to do these smaller homes. The bigger homes, the premium homes, the luxury homes, are selling. And data is all showing that they are doing exceptionally well. Now, these are private developers. Many of them are listed as well. They have to look at their own stakeholders. Now, if somewhere they are able to make a higher margin in the luxury or the premium, why would they want to go into the affordable housing? The only way that you will be able to attract is that if you do give them tax benefits, that's when your supply will come in. Manisha, there is no dearth of demand for the affordable housing. It's largely a supply-led market. And because the developers are doing well on the luxury and the premium, they're not building affordable. To excite them, you will have to bring in, tax benefits for these guys. And the other thing is that you have to bring in the credit-linked subsidy scheme, which we had stopped, the CLSS, that will need to be brought in back to be able to, benefit the home buyer who's looking to, it just helps the home buyer to buy that affordable housing.
80IB, that is literally 100% exemption for affordable homes, and we are saying also change the category to up to 75 lakh projects, right? Sanjay, do you really think it's a valid demand?
It's a valid demand. And I want to make one more point in addition to what Anuj said. We are looking at prices have gone up as if we bought the land at historical values. The new land parcels the developers are buying, Manisha, are buying now at 100% premium. So the raw material is costing more for the developer. And therefore, the point I was making is not sustainable. So I agree with Anuj that these incentives will help attract to affordable homes.
All right, so we have Swami Fund still to discuss. Stay with us. It's an important conversation. We'll come back and talk about that.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefits incentive to us.
But for a micro or small scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariff.
Will the upcoming union budget bring in good news for improving city infrastructure and bring in right-priced housing stock? That's what we are discussing. But one other important question is the houses or the units or projects which are incomplete still have been stuck for years on end, leaving buyers extremely disappointed. Swami Fund is a special fund which was set up for reviving these projects. It's done extremely well. Sanjay, 25,000 crore was set aside for it. Anuj mentioned right at the top of the show that maybe we need another 50,000 crores allocated to a government-sponsored funds for reviving these projects. Tell me, will that work? Because even Swami does not take in projects or fund projects which have nothing left in them. They also, at the end of it, do want to recover their capital and make some money.
Manisha, first of all, the industry needs 100,000 crores fund. I'm not suggesting that's what we should set up, but we should definitely double it. Swami Fund was last mile funding for affordable homes. I think we should extend that to bid housing at least, and that will also be very helpful. Also, the job that Swami Fund has done is increasingly, complimented by everybody, and I think it has also helped NBFC and lenders to also think through properly, and they are now much better placed to help the project, improve better. So if we have projects and issues, you can have early in the cycle of the project this Swami Fund participation, therefore not necessarily do a damage control, which is what Swami Fund did. So I think continuation of Swami Fund and extra, allocation is definitely a need of the hour. And you can also invite private players in the distress fund. There are many players, Manisha, who are very keen to be part of this because they've seen that this is tried and tested, and there is an opportunity for the sector to play.
But there are asset reconstruction funds, and they should take them up, but they don't because there's nothing left in them to recover or make money on, and none of the private ARCs will work if there is no money to be made in a project which is in distress. Anuj, am I incorrect in my understanding? And also give me a little bit of flavor of how the new Swami Fund or new funding within Swami should be structured to help a lot many more projects and not just what the government has termed as affordable homes.
I think two parts. One is, Manisha, the others, including ARC and other banks, are unable to do this is because Swami has one preference, one special status, which means is they are above everybody else.
Yeah.
everybody else as the lender gets relegated to the junior position is, if, and I think Sanjay is saying that only, if some of the other institutions like SBI, Kotak, HDFC, etc. are given similar opportunity, they may also want to set up a similar fund where you are relegated at the senior most. That means you come in last. You are the first one that exits. Whatever money is balance left then gets divided amongst the lenders. The priority remains paramount that the home buyer should get their home first. And that is what the government had done it. I also think is that the government did a great job in being able to implement this. And on top of it, Manisha, the rate of interest is like 11, 12, 13%. I mean, some of these ARCs are like, 16, 18%. So there lies the difference between the two. What else can be done is, I think even in the current scheme, Manisha, there is still between 50,000 crores to a 1 lakh crore requirement so that these stalled projects can still pick up, even if you were to just continue with the current scheme. I do feel is that there has to be two things that will need to be added is one, get this up to the mid-level housing. Don't only leave it for the affordable housing. Plus also, Manisha, it's a little bit of confusion. What happens if in a project, there are mid-level housing and affordable housing? Then, can you complete the project or you can't complete the project given that the permit of Swami is only on affordable? So do enhance that definition in there.
I think it's already enhanced a little bit. Unfortunately, I'm running out of time. Quickly, if you could complete. Anuj?
Yeah, the second one that I would say is that this is only where there are aggrieved home buyers. So Swami Fund cannot operate if there are not aggrieved home buyers. I do feel is those definitions need to change, is that you should be allowed to fund, relatively newer projects that have got stuck but did not have aggrieved home buyers.
It's a longer discussion. I'd like to understand what you mean by aggrieved home buyers. But yes, what you're saying and both of you saying is that expand the funding and expand the definition, and that itself will end up rescuing a lot of stuck projects. On that positive note, let's wrap out this special discussion. Anuj Puri, Sanjay Dutt, thank you so much for joining me. And to all my viewers, thanks so much for joining us on this special budget discussion. And of course, focus will be, if there's anything we hear, on making right-priced homes available and make affordability better for any middle-class family looking to buy a home in cities.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport, where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
The performance सही सारे ने दे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया. One World Hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, is that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the news, and what a day it's been with global chaos over a tech outage, the most massive disruption that the world has seen. It's affected across the globe, and we'll get you updates from the airports, especially where the impact has been felt. Also, Donald Trump gave one of the longest acceptance speeches as he accepted his nomination as the Republican candidate for president. All that and more coming up ahead. Let's take a look at the headlines. A massive global tech outage causes chaos the world over, impacting airlines, banks to companies. Microsoft says the underlying reason has been fixed, but residual impact remains. An update in a software security system, CrowdStrike, caused the outage and complete pandemonium at airports as airlines went manual and several flights were cancelled. Donald Trump accepted his third GOP nomination for president at the Republican National Convention on the last day. It was one of the longest televised speeches ever, where he called for unity, then went on to attack Biden and decry immigration. U.S. media reported over 20 false claims through the speech. 39 people have died in violent protests in Bangladesh after clashes over controversial job quota. India says it is their internal matter, but they're closely monitoring its nationals there, as a sizable number of Indian students are currently in Bangladesh. UPSC cracks down on IS trainee Puja Khedkar for faked identity, parents' name and address, has fraudulently availed attempts beyond the permissible limit, and that action is being taken. A case will be filed. The Maharashtra government has brought Shivaji's secret weapon, the Tiger Claw, back to the country after 350 years. It's on loan from London's Albert Museum for the next 3 years and is on exhibition. This comes just before the Maharashtra elections. And one of the craziest moments from the Republican convention was former wrestler Hulk Hogan ripping off his shirt and calling for Trump mania.
I want the world to know that Donald Trump
is a real American hero.
Our top story now: in tech, disruptions worldwide have hit airlines, banks, businesses, and even emergency services. From flights to supermarkets, the global Microsoft outage has led to massive disruptions the world over. In fact, Microsoft has said that the underlying cause has been fixed, but that residual impact is continuing. It is a software update issued by cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike that reportedly caused this outage. Now, in India, almost all carriers, Vistara, IndiGo, SpiceJet, Akasa Air, are facing technical issues that affected booking, check-in and flight updates. The airlines through the day were manually checking in passengers. Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu said that he's directed airport authorities and airlines to be compassionate and provide extra seating, water and food for passengers who've been affected by this delay. While IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnav said that the ministry was in touch with Microsoft.
पूरे विश्व में माइक्रोसॉफ्ट की क्लाउड सर्विसेज डाउन होने के कारण सभी सेवाएं में दिक्कतें आ रही हैं। हमारे देश में भी हमारे एयरलाइंस सर्विसेज जो उसमें ग्राउंड ऑपरेशंस भी ब्रेक हुए हैं, लेकिन मैन्युअली अभी उस पर काम चल रहा है। डीजीसीए और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ सिविल एविएशन उसका मॉनिटरिंग कर रहे हैं। हमने सभी जो एयरलाइंस कंपनियां हैं उनको अवगत कर दिया कि आप सभी यात्रियों को इसकी सूचनाएं दें, इससे अवगत करें और हम सभी लोग डीजीसीए हो, हमारा मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ सिविल एविएशन हो, हम इस पे काम कर रहे हैं, मॉनिटरिंग कर रहे हैं।
I've been around the block for about 30-35 years. I've seen ups and downs in tech, and I've never seen anything this deep and this wide and this touching almost every nation and every small business and big business in this kind of way. I've never seen it before. And the fact that it is attributable finally to a small cybersecurity solution that sits on the endpoint of the cloud just tells you that what a complex digital world we live in, that it is not just enough to worry about the computer that you operate on or the server that it is hosting the application, but that every one of these pieces create complexity and create vulnerability at the same time.
All right, well, let's get you updates, and we're going across to all our reporters. Vishal joins us for the latest from Microsoft and also on how slowly normalcy seems to be returning. Also, Pratibha joins us from Bengaluru. We have Ghazali joining us from the Delhi airport, Anuj from the Mumbai airport, and Sam from Chennai. Vishal, first to you, what is the latest that you can share with us? Some sense of normalcy finally returning?
That is right, Gargi. So world over and as well as in India, some flight disruptions have been mitigated. The latest reports in the last half hour suggest that airports across the world and in India, they have been, they have faced the situation quite well, and all these airports are starting to, make the services flow in the right direction now, because a lot of these services had to be done manually, as we have been reporting through the day, because many systems could not be, accessed by the airport employees. So a lot of these things had to be signed manually by hand. So all of that is slowly going away. People are getting back to the normalcy. However, the situation is still far from over, because Microsoft, in its latest update about half an hour ago, has said that the residual impact is still there. They are still trying to mitigate the main issue. They have identified and isolated the issue. Both CrowdStrike, the main company, the main cybersecurity company, which is sort of responsible for this whole global outage, that is also saying the same thing, that it has isolated and identified the main issue. But the issue is the pinpoint of the issue is yet to be identified. It is for sure related to the security updates that we have been talking about. But what exactly is the pinpoint of the update, that is still not known. It is just that one file, it seems to be corrupt, that is doing all this damage.
All right, and what damage, the most massive global outage that we have seen in terms of technology. Let's go across now to Ghazali for more. And Ghazali, what is the news coming from the Delhi airport?
Yeah, so system is getting back to normal, and before I show you the visuals, I'll just talk to one of the passengers here. He's from Punjab. He had come to drop one of his relatives who had to board a Kuwait-bound flight. कितने बजे की फ्लाइट है?
9:20 की।
9:20 की। और अभी तक बोर्डिंग पास नहीं मिला?
2 घंटा हो गया।
2 घंटा हो गया। और कितने बजे अंदर जा चुके थे आपके रिलेटिव?
6 बजे।
6 बजे चले गए। और अंदर से क्या बता रहे हैं? अभी सिस्टम जनरेट
नहीं, सिस्टम डाउन चल रहा है।
सिस्टम डाउन चल रहा है। So this is one of the common feedback we have been receiving from the passengers here. But what has improved since morning, I'll just try to show you. On this side, if you see behind me, yes, right here, Puja, my camera person, will show you. These are the kiosks for the check-in passes here, which were not operational since morning. Then we had display boards which are not working since morning, so you would never know. The passengers were harried lot, but they were not knowing whether their the flights are operational or not, whether they're cancelled or not. These are some of those display boards here where you'll see the waiting time to get inside the airport. Then you have another display board here where you see the updates of the flights, whether they're operational, they're cancelled, or what time they will be operational. So these were some of the display boards, notifications or information which was missing since morning for the passengers here, and that is why they were harried lot. They were very upset that the airlines officials as well as the airport officials are not able to disseminate information in real time, and that's why they are getting back to the social media to check updates. But now things seems to be improving, systems are getting restored, but still issuing boarding pass and all is taking a lot of time.
All right, so some good news there, returning to some semblance of normalcy. Pratibha, tell us what's happening in Bengaluru. You've been speaking to, hassled and harrowed passengers through the day.
Right, in fact, I have two passengers here who have been repeatedly complaining about the kind of services here, the disruptions on one side, but then the kind of customer service that has been provided to you.
Customer service के नाम पर बिल्कुल zero है. This is zero. IndiGo, if you want to rate, this is zero or worst, below an average. Considering that this, Kempegowda International Airport staff is giving, good service. They are giving the tea and snacks well, but if you ask with respect to service, this IndiGo flight is worst. They are not having any clarity that when new booking can be done.
Right.
They are not
absolutely no clarity. All of them reeling in uncertainty at this point in time. I'm sure it's extremely difficult because of the disruption. You will have to stay over. Where have you organized your stay?
This is Rajesh from Hyderabad. This morning I came from Hyderabad on Vistara. For just beside the airport there is a customs office. I came for the custom office and I have to go back the 9 o'clock to Hyderabad. But suddenly I got the news from the friends and relatives that all flights are cancelled. I not believed, and I came personally to the airport and I checked with the counters. They say that